We are live. Now, can you see the chat on your side?
Messages from audience display.
The audience, or don't, if it makes you feel nervous. All right, so did you see my video that I put up yesterday? I kind of went off into science land.
You'll have to remind me.
Yeah,
Because
so
unfortunately, I do watch a lot of
videos.
content.
And so I was looking at specifically the red channel being muted in the Sallyport videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I went down a couple of rabbit holes, and I think I scored from a 1 to 10. I think I scored about 2 for user friendliness.
Yeah. I did see the video you shared from 8 months ago, but that was one, I think, when you were messing around with the colors on
Right.
the other on the, what was it, John's Ring camera or whatever.
Yes, I did kind of did a follow-on from that. So hello everybody, how are we all? Shelby, hey Bob and Kevin and 20th Century Fox, how are we all? Everyone, this is Jeremy.
Hi there.
Walk. This is the mastermind behind what's it called again? Frame difference.
Oh yeah, it was. So what's interesting, I had hopefully you'd seen the Smarter Everyday video. I had, or the clip that I had posted. Destin from Smarter Everyday. I'm pretty sure he's like an aerospace engineer, but
he's a smarty pants.
Yeah, but he's one of those guys that just loves to learn things, and so like I don't know, like one of his most popular videos from like a couple of years ago, like he collaborated with some other smarty pants engineers that they built an air cannon, so it was like that shot baseballs. And I mean, what's funny, like the other guy that he collaborated with had built like I don't know, he put a baseball bat on like a electric motor that was spinning. Like these are the kind of guys that do all the kinds of nerdy stuff. But not only that, he also, would like set up the markers with known distances to be able to calculate the speeds and all this. But then, so this Canon video happened to play, and when he talks about looking at the shot,
I have the Canon video here if you'd like to play some of it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Are we going to get copyright struck if we do?
I don't think so. I mean, his video is it's got his name on it, and
he's watermarking it and everything.
Yeah, we're just talking about the faster distancing. I tagged him on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter, but
did he reply to you at all?
No.
All right, let's get his video up.
In terms of educational, for educational purpose, he's the kind of guy that loves to share knowledge. Like, but yeah, this video that happened to, having the Sallyport video in my mind for a while and thinking about, man, how can we, apply our own analysis? Because I know the thing that sucked about the Karen Reed defense team in the trial one, obviously, they kept withholding all this stuff, withholding all these videos, and that video didn't even come out until mid-trial, right? So they didn't have the opportunity to do any analysis of it. So the other day, like a couple weeks ago, this happened to come back up in my feed. I was like, oh yeah. And then this triggered the thought, there's got to be another way. So,
Right. There's so much you can do with this frame differencing. So let's have a quick listen to this. Is a 2-minute video, I think it is. Oh, it's a 1-minute video, so it just explains what it's for, essentially.
I can hear it.
Glenn. Mark. Hey, Ducky.
Another way to look at shockwaves is something called fast frame differencing. What you do is you take one layer of video and put another layer of video on top of it and then offset it by a frame or two. What you can do then is set up a blending mode called difference, which basically only shows you the pixels that are different from the one below it. It's a pretty interesting technique that people use all the time to detect motion, for example, in like a webcam or something like that. Anyway, if you use this fast frame differencing algorithm technique, whatever you want to call it, in this particular case, you can see the reflected shockwave bounce up off the ground. And what's neat to me is that that reflected shockwave doesn't exactly look spherical. You have to look very close. There's not a lot of pixels here showing you what's going on, but it almost looks like that reflected shockwave is an ellipse because it's kind of being influenced by all that expanding gas coming out of the cannon. So I was trying to work up the nerve to see if they would let me fire one myself, and then I saw this one, and I was like, that's me.
So yeah, I mean, the mind-blowing thing is that you literally cannot see the shockwave on the video, but the camera is able to infer it just by you're basically, because you know the frames are just a bunch of digital values, and it's just taking one frame and then taking the next frame and subtracting the difference, and then displaying the like a representation of the pixels.
Yep.
So I thought, and actually it's funny, I ended up spending the $20 for this month for ChatGPT as well, because I had asked it, so how would I go about doing this? And it offered to analyze the video, and then I noticed in the analyzing there was a drop down, and it had this Python script.
Yeah.
And so then, of course, it didn't work because it was like a 5-minute video. But then I said, hey, teach you how to do this, because I've used Python. And so I imported the libraries, and OpenCV is a Python library that other Smarty Pants people, you know, compiled, so where all you got to do is call the different, you know, methods.
Right.
But it basically does the same thing. You import the video, you set a name for the output video, and then it just literally does that. It takes every frame and calculates the difference, and then that result, it couldn't make heads or tails of it. So then I said, well, how about let's copy it over the top of the other video. So now, before I did that, I did stabilize. So I had imported so the reason why you see somebody walk in front of the video, the Sallyport video, is because I just grabbed the video from, so that was the day that when Lally introduced it, and then they're like, hey, hold on a second. And so they watched the whole thing, right? So I uploaded that section into DaVinci Resolve, and then just cropped out and tracked that, so that all we have to look at is the TV screen. And now, obviously, like something that you and I had discussed previously was, so we're not discovering anything definitive, because but it does give us an idea of maybe we can learn something from it. So like, because there's
you gave me ideas, dude. I ended up going down a whole alley, rabbit hole, and coming up with how to study the red channel specifically. So frame differencing is studying the difference between the two colors, between the colors in one frame and the colors in another frame. That sort of set me on the path down that rabbit hole that I went down yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it's over everybody's heads what I did yesterday. But I did the frame differencing as I just did it in DaVinci. I didn't go to the effort that you did using the script.
oh, no worries. Trust me, I spent so I had Python installed previously, and trust me, I spent so much time messing with it. deleting it, reinstalling it, because some things weren't working. And it's definitely one of those things that can get frustrating quick. So if video software already, like, the funny thing is that fast frame differencing, I couldn't find that anywhere. That must be a feature in certain
No, they've
like
all
it's
got
maybe
it. So the difference is it's just a color setting. They've all
okay.
got it. But what you need to do is you need to set your sorry, me and my smoking. You need to set up your so you gotta have your video in twice in the timeline twice, and then when you apply differencing to the overlay video, that will
Oh,
make the
gotcha.
top one invisible, and then you set the color to difference. But you've
Well,
got
then
to,
that's what he literally did. He said you put it in twice and then offset it.
yep,
Like,
yeah.
okay, that's
So
the one thing I didn't do in the DaVinci Resolve. But anyway, we get to the same place.
you get to the same place, right? So basically, the cannonball is moving extremely fast, like super duper fast. So
Yeah,
he's offset by 1 frame, because obviously the thing that he's trying to capture happens in a split second. So if
yeah.
you 60 frames per second, which is about the best you can do, then you want to capture every 60 frames, because that whole thing happens in that first second. So what we're tracking, though, the motion that we're looking at is a lot slower. It's just people walking around. There's nothing fast happening in this at all. So I found I had to offset the frames by about 10. I think it was about 10 frames to
Uh
get
huh.
the effect. So what did you? How many did you end up with? Was it
You
around
know,
the 10 frames?
yeah. Honestly, I did let the script do it because there
Oh
was a function for that, and so I was like I did it a couple of times with different, like that's why one of the videos, like I did a negative, and actually that's part of the script. It initially it sets it to grayscale, and then does a just measures the difference in value where the pixels change. But the thing I love about the heat map overlay is that it helps you better see the guys walking around. But the thing that I noticed the most was near the end of the video where the guys are walking in and out of the Sallyport. There has to be I'm pretty sure there's a mask over the black opening of the garage door, because obviously if it was
Well,
the
let's
right door, then you would be seeing the parking. There's a row of cars over there,
yeah.
and then the light, of course, is on the other side. But they were trying to make it look. That's why I think obviously they're going to continue to gaslight, right? That's why the thing is they keep lying to try to cover their previous lie, but in the process they keep revealing more tricks, like just like with Brendan's recent, oh, you can see the white bulb, and it's like,
Yeah. Well,
no,
we
or
just learned too that what's her name? Is it Carol? I've forgotten her name. Caroline. What's her name? Caroline. The C. The why is my mind blank? Probably because I just woke up.
what they
Um,
do.
she's done a multimedia course essentially. What's her name? Colleen
Oh,
Edwards.
Colleen Crawford.
Crawford. Thank you.
That's right. She had previously taught people how to use the manipulate, and of course her presentation I think was creating overlays, but it, you could infer that, oh, you're essentially teaching people how to mess with this information too.
So people, you're not just looking at a black screen. What you are looking at is the Sallyport video with that canon effect that we were just looking at, overlaid. Uh, Not overlaid. I basically I did it in DaVinci. For those who don't
Yeah.
know, DaVinci is just a piece of software, graphic software that you use to screw around with movies, cut them up, chop them up. You can make
Well,
movies with it. It's pretty good. I like DaVinci. I'm still learning how to use it, but
well, it's free. It has the free version, and then it entices you with the studio version that's like $250, but which would be worth it if you do a lot of effects. But it's pretty powerful tool.
right, exactly. It is worth it if you do a lot of that sort of stuff, but not for me. I need to save that $250. I need it for my architect software so I can finish up my plans. So anyway, let's go through. I got the sound turned off. Oh shoot, I just pressed the wrong button. I've got the sound turned off here, so we can just play through it. What I wanted to point out was, like, see where there's a lot of movement. That's because the cameraman is zooming in, and this is the downside to us having only access to what the cameraman filmed of this stuff on the screen. We don't have the original pixel density. We don't have the original clarity. Like this looks a little blurred. Excuse me. This looks a little blurred for us, and that's because we're seeing it through a camera pointed at the screen. So anybody who does that to post stuff online, like I see a lot of people on X do it. They will hold their phone in front of their TV and film it.
Oh, that looks awful. Because
the
main issues that you would run into is if the frame rate of the TV is different than what the frame rate of the camera is capturing.
Then it's flickery. Yes, you'll get all sorts of crap, but it's just bad quality. You can see it in the picture. It's just all crappy quality.
Well, that's the thing. They intentionally dumbed it down. They reduced the resolution. Like that was one of the things that when I was doing analysis was that the bit rate of the video is extremely low. They obviously dumbed it down.
Because the pool camera is the only one that's allowed in the room, and it's streaming out. So they've set that up for streaming. They haven't set that up for we pre-record this high quality and then we make a news segment out of it.
Right, and on top of that, so uploading to YouTube. YouTube provides
do a live stream.
Yeah, YouTube provides different levels of quality, but even their highest one is still compressed. So that
it's still compressed the crap out of.
Yeah.
So we've got two issues now. We've got the issue where the Commonwealth has done something to the video which we can't really see on the screen because we're not in the courtroom. And then the camera has done things to it because they're trying to stream it out and get a solid stream without any interruptions at all. So they've got to drag that quality back way heaps. And then YouTube, once it's going onto the tubes, it's going through another processor again. So YouTube does web optimization and stuff like that. So when you're trying to do this frame differencing, you've got to have an unoptimized video to begin with.
Right.
It works better. It works better with a flat frame rate rather than a variable frame rate, which is something that YouTube does automatically when you're uploading stuff. So there's a lot of reasons that when we're getting it through the cameraman's camera the way we are, we're not seeing it. We're not even seeing half of what we could, essentially, compared to what people were seeing with their own eyes in the courtroom, and even compared to what the defense has got, because they've got the original messed up files. But anyway, the movement that we're seeing right here, all this, see how the frame is lit up?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing, it looks like, people think, oh, I must have put a filter over the whole thing. This is actually the cameraman moving, and you can see because, the strongest colors are around the outside here.
Yeah.
Whilst the camera guy is zooming in. So he's making all the pixels in this move. So there again, he's still moving the camera.
The great
Still
thing is,
moving
it's
the camera.
still you still can see the what's happening. That's the cool thing. Is it to me? It's useful also because it's basically eliminating all the stuff that's not important.
Right. So about halfway through, I think the cameraman stops moving the camera.
Now, also,
And there is
one thing I did with DaVinci on the color tab, there's a stabilization. You can set a rectangle around the TV in frame and tell it to freeze frame. But
this was literally I think it was double motion stabilized.
yeah, like I said, it's still, we're not going to uncover the the second diffuser on the grassy knoll, but we can definitely tell. I mean, obviously, just watching the video in its the way we saw it on the court TV or whatever, obviously it was messed with right off the bat. You can just tell by
Right,
looking
I'm
at
just
it.
going to show you how this shows
Go ahead.
it.
Mhm.
In so this is the cameraman moving, so we can see a little bit going on there. But we know that just after he gets out the car, there's a skip there. But this is where I think the skips are. See here, there's 10 frames of absolutely nothing. That's where
Wow.
I reckon we see the skips. I know that visually everyone was thinking it was, when the whole thing lights up. So there he is at the front, taking a photo at the front of the vehicle. So there's another couple of skips where things are pretty obvious. So now he's going back towards the back, going in the car for something. I'll describe it to you because it is a lot of blackness. Now he's going to the back of the car. So dude turns up twice there. See him? As he's walking through, someone else, look, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, I think that's when somebody just appears.
I think that's an appearance, yeah. But there's nothing obvious around that point, but we shall continue. Because there are some obvious things. There, someone just pops up over here. So
Yeah, that's the sweeper guy that was
sweeper
is
guy.
it's the autonomous robot that was just in the wall holding a broom, and then he just pops out and starts sweeping the snow.
Right. So frame by frame, 1 frame, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So for 7 frames, he's sitting there. 8, 9, 10, 11.
Keith Gilbert asks if there's an expert video analysis guy. I really hope so.
It would be awesome, wouldn't it? So
Because I looked at so like the Matthew Erickson of USA Forensics out of Phoenix. His from what I can tell, he's more of a computer and mobile forensics guy.
if he's computer forensics, he can do this stuff. This is really all this is it's color modes. This is just working on the 256 color mode scheme. So you got red, green, blue, 255.
Well, so something interesting is that company, the guy that owns the company, I forget his name. I think his first name was Norbert, but he testified. The owner of the company testified in the Depp v. Heard case.
Mm-hmm.
It was day 22. It was like the last couple of hours, and he has a really interesting CV. The guy he's the video guy and or video and image forensics guy, and like he has 12,000 hours in the helicopter. He started out by flying around with the camera on the helicopter, and
Right.
Yeah, same company. So yeah, hopefully they have one because that would help a lot.
I think it will. I agree with you entirely. So still got a lot of the camera guys movement here. So we know that here somewhere there is some skips. But what I'm noticing is that when it does the skips, there's about 10 or 15 frames of blank, except for this one spot up here. I will find a spot. I might have been actually listening to you and missed the spot.
Well, the other thing I noticed that's weird is that, like, you notice how if there is movement, we should be seeing the entire outline of the person. But to me, it appears like there's some sort of
It's muted.
mask, or we're not seeing half the
The colors
parts
are
of the
actually
person.
muted, so we did discover that, which is what I was going through yesterday.
So
So
yeah, there goes the guy walking by.
right, a lot of people see that and they're like, "Oh my god, see, it's edited." But I got to
No, that's the guy
explain
at the
to
courtroom.
you. Right. What I was trying to explain is there's a camera in the courtroom looking at a computer screen across the other side of the courtroom.
Yeah.
So people walking in between the camera and the computer screen are going to be caught on the computer screen, obviously. So there's a lot of people out there that just don't realize that that's the video that we've got, and that's all we've got is just
Well,
that
that's
camera on the other side of the room filming it. I'm trying to find the specific spot where I think we have some obvious stuff going on, which this video, this viewing the video this way, actually, there it is. Bam, I just saw it right there. He's not actually there. Do you see that? He's not actually there. So all the pixels have moved in the background, but he's not actually there. Whereas you can see these guys, see their shadow, they're actually there. The movement we're seeing is around the outside where the color has changed around the outside. When you're seeing people move, you're seeing the pixel color change around the shape of their body. But this guy is not even freaking there. He's gone.
Wow.
We can see the wall at the background. So that was something I thought was rather weird. And then so you can see his body there. There's his arms, there's his legs. And I'm just going to do this as frame by frame. 1, 2, 3. So 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see him there. And then bam, his body's gone. Well, you can see the background.
Oh, in other words, the frame change was that he disappeared, and all the pixels that were previously there with him in it are now gone.
Are now gone, exactly. So he is
actually
what there, changed. But we're seeing the 10 frames ahead change. Exactly. So and then bam, it goes black. So
something also. Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
I'm just going to say
something interesting about this. Computer vision does this. They do edge detection, so it looks at shapes. Right. And that's how they track things.
Yep. So I did edge detection in my red channel study last night. I did all the stuff.
That's awesome.
So I did discover that the red channel's been majorly fucked with, excuse French, through. So there's 2 different things that I discovered with the red channel. Okay, we know that there's a drop there in the time. See how it just goes completely black for 10 frames? There's absolutely no change between the 10 frames.
Yeah.
When the timestamps dropped, when they're slicing it up, there's no change for 10 frames, essentially. That's why we see a black screen. So now he's shutting the front door. These guys are up the back, powwowing at the back of the car. It's very hard to see what you're looking at. So now the garage doors are coming down. So there's a lot of movement with when the garage doors start coming down.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the light coming, reflecting off this garage door to the front wall because he's already shut the front garage door. So
Mm-hmm.
that is actually in the video, all that change, obviously, because the garage doors are coming down. And then it kind of goes black a lot here because this is where a lot of the chops are, where they're trying to deny that Proctor was at the back of the vehicle. That you can see them all right there at the back of the vehicle. There's a whole crowd of them there at the back of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that last black spot that I just showed you is what I think they chopped out, where we're going to see, you know, Proctor doing stuff at the back of the vehicle. Obviously, we're at the crime scene tape, which they didn't even bother using at the crime scene. But man, it looks good if they use it inside the Sallyport where there's no crime scene.
Who was it Garino that said? I know that when AJ was calling one of the witnesses out.
They've been flip flopping on this for ages because I think it was pretty much Coffin Dapper who was sent a memo from, you know, the police department to say to everybody that the crime scene in the police reports was referring to the Sallyport. She argued that for like months. And then Guarino said, no, the crime scene is over there. The crime scene is the crime scene at the house. And then they went back to another argument during court saying, no, the crime scene is all of it. It's where the car was and where the crime scene
Well, yeah,
is.
because I think AJ was asking. So where did you get the phone? I think it was John's phone,
Right.
and he said, "I got it from Proctor, who got it from the scene, or something like that."
Yeah, which scene? The Sallyport. Anyway, so essentially now they're back to making the argument that no, the Sallyport's not the crime scene again. So they're just switching their arguments up. And it really frustrates me because then they say, well, Karen keeps changing her story. And that's because that's called projection because they're the ones that keep changing their story. They know it. So they've got to project
Right.
onto her to make themselves feel and look better. But anyway.
Well, and just like with the, I kept thinking to myself, how are they going to get around? So how is the prosecution going to get around the fact that they've already presented a case and they've got all the evidence, and they can't introduce new evidence that's contrary to the old evidence, and they're trying to do that with enhanced, clarified videos, and that's obviously BS because that's where they've added more whiteness to Karen's vehicle as it's pulling out of John's house.
Right.
At 508.
They're absolutely going to try and change that story, but what they'll do is they'll throw in something along the lines of, well, we have new evidence appeared which led us in a different direction. It's like you've already charged a woman for, all these different things, murder and whatever. So how can you now change your story and not change the charges? So
to me, I've watched it multiple times. The second, so AJ's rebuttal during the motion to dismiss hearing, and just because he gets really passionate, but he also points out, wait, so if you've got these, you're trying to now tell us that, oh, that's just how the Sallyport camera records is mirrored. But, and he points out, my memory is being taxed, but why is the timestamp on the top? And in their supplemental filing to the motion to dismiss, they add in at the top and yellow versus the blue. It's like, so every time they lie to cover up a previous lie, they
That's right.
inadvertently slip up and uncover something new.
Right. So the funny thing about um, Brennan's little showdown the other day is that, he exposed to us all of the software that he's using to edit these videos. And one of the features of Adobe Premium, guess what it is? Motion tracking movement, basically, is one of
You
the
notice that in what is it? In you can see on their the computer they're using to display those videos down in the tray. You could see the icons for Adobe. What is it? Photoshop and Premiere.
Right, you're exactly right, successful human. The internet's gonna take everything to pieces, man. They didn't realize what the internet is. Amanda,
Well,
no,
and
they
that's
didn't splice in any blank footage. The blanks that we seen, what we were looking at was the difference between frames. So when you see a completely blank black screen, you're looking at no difference between frames. We were specifically looking at the difference. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jeremy.
no, that's totally valid. And uh, even back to Lally's BS when he kept trying to claim that the cameras are motion activated, but
Right.
that's like I remember I even looked it up. It's the old analog cameras. Like it's been like 20 years since they've even used anything that's motion activated.
Right.
And sure, there is scene detection, but it's continually recording the entire stream. And then if it detects movement, you'll get a marker in your software that lets you jump to that spot. But it didn't cut out any of the other video.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
yeah, so
it's not the same with the tow truck. I'll tell you why. The tow truck came from Mr. Reed's camera. The tow truck video is the only video that we know can be verified. We know it's got a hash value. We know it's got metadata. We know it's the original is still in Mr. Reed's possession. It's one of the only ones that they can't muck around with. So no, everyone's wrong about the tow truck. What I would
yeah,
say,
alarm.com. Now the
right,
one that he tried playing in during the motion to dismiss hearing, um, Brendan used I forget how he said something about enhanced or clarified, but it's
yeah, oversaturated, so you can't see the reds is what that means.
exactly. And once again, he keeps trying to say, "Oh, you could clearly see the white," but
Right,
now
he's trying to confuse everybody because he says since the defense was able to flip the Sallyport and show that as evidence, that's now altered evidence. Now he's allowed to alter evidence. That's basically his argument. But the original footage for where that timestamp is on the screen, the original footage is exactly like that. All he's done is tried to increase the saturation essentially, to bleed out the red in the video, which is, if you haven't, none of you have seen it yet, the last video I just showed, I just uploaded, I showed you how that's done, bleeding out the red, how we can actually tell if they've bled out the red, which is what I think they're doing. But on the upside is the original video is what the defense has because it came from Mr. Reed. So we don't expect the jury to only see Hanky's bled out, oh look, the lights are yellow, so they must be white version. So
I
they're
think I just thought of something. You, uh, remembering your tech stream demonstration, um, I'm pretty sure they have an expert that's going to talk about the tech stream.
Yep, yep. The tech stream will be an interesting. I'm so looking forward to learning more about the Toyota tech stream. So a lot of people were asking, why don't Toyota come in and testify? It's their tech stream. Why don't they come in? And I don't think people actually understand that the prosecution is trying to say that the Toyota tech stream all went down, that it's not reliable. So Toyota's not going to put their name behind that. They're not going to go out there and go, yeah, we'll support this whole trial. It might actually look like the entire tech stream failed on this vehicle all at once. We know it didn't, but the point is they're not going to put their name on it. But they can hire people who are trained, highly trained in the tech stream data. So,
Well, yeah, and right off the bat, that made no sense to me other than when they ripped out the infotainment system. Like, 2021 Lexus LX570, very, very nice car. They ripped it out and did the chip off to destroy the data.
to
They could have
destroy.
easily just plugged a cable in and downloaded that information.
Yes, Amanda, we've all been saying that. Like,
But
trying to study this shit from a camera that filmed the screen is absolute BS. We want the originals too. But that's why they're not. That's why they're still impounded, because they know out here in the world there's a lot more higher techie people than they've got on their freaking Commonwealth team. They know that. They know we're going to completely destroy them once we got our hands on those originals.
that's the great thing about social media and interest in. I mean, because the legal system is really part of the foundation of being a what do you call it, civilized, right? It's like that's how we settle differences or handle um, you know things that are happening. We have rights, right, that are built into our constitutions,
Exactly.
and and it's right. One of those is the right to a public trial, and
Right.
it's because that was the original intent. You have corruption. When you shine the light on it, everyone gets their eyeballs on it. It's like crowdsourcing.
Exactly. So let me pop up Be in Trouble's video for everybody, because oh my god, it's amazing. He's got 9,000 views. He went from 100 to 9,000. So this is great. Thank you everybody who went over there and showed him some love, because dude deserves it. He's got a couple of videos up, but I'll pop this one on the screen for us. Essentially, had he not, so he's actually made a liar out of Hank Brennan again and Lally, because they keep going. He said it to the judge. See how it's white? It's white, judge. She's, oh, I see it. And guess what? There's no freaking white LEDs there. I love being wrong. Like, I absolutely swore black and blue there was white LEDs behind the red lenses. And that's because that's how, I've got aftermarket ones, but that's how mine work. They're white LED behind a red lens. And that's not how the Lexus is OEM. It's actually red bulbs in there. And so that blew me away to learn
And
that.
somebody, I just recently read, I think yesterday, somebody had replied. They had said that their husband is in that field, and I think there's a law that like a federal law that changed it to where the light behind the plastic, so the light needs to be the same color as what it's supposed to be in case it breaks. That way, like
That way there's no white. Yeah, I get you. So you're
yes.
still giving a warning that blinking or braking or whatever. I understand. I don't know that we've actually got that law here in Australia, but it's usually just after you guys do something that we follow suit. So it's not long afterwards.
Well, and what's also funny about laws, typically new laws tend to come in place when somebody does something so outrageous that nobody ever thought of. Like, okay, well, need new law for that. Like, what, the warning on your iPhone, like, don't eat your iPhone because it could, you know,
Right.
injure your stomach. Like, oh my gosh, somebody tried to eat their iPhone. Great.
People actually need to be told this shit. Why is it that deputy chiefs and troopers have been investigated by FBI and nothing done? I don't know, mate. I don't know. I do not
So
know.
my thoughts, they're not ever going to tell us, right? Because they're going to maintain the, I guess, the integrity of their own investigation. Like, we're never going to know. They're just going to investigate. They're never going to confirm or deny. And then at some point, because they always have a solid case, right? They want to be absolutely certain. So
Yeah.
once they have enough info, they'll pop it.
So it's not that they're doing nothing. It's that we don't know what they're doing. And that's the point, is probably what I would add to that. They probably are doing something, but they're not going to tell us, essentially. So, yes, there is a link to him, and I'll chuck it in the chat shortly, so you all can go over and watch it. But I'm about to play it, so let's pop the volume up.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to smash it out.
See that? How much pressure that took? Tell me John's elbow wouldn't have broken with that much pressure. So there's two things I would point out here. He tried to break it with the other end of the hammer, the flat end, and he couldn't break it. He ended up having to switch it to smash it with the ball peen end of the hammer because he couldn't get it to smash. So do you see the pressure that he just put on that plastic?
Yeah, that's basically a basic physics problem. The smaller the area, this is what force is equal to mass times acceleration. So that ball peen has a smaller point of contact.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is like the pressure that bone breaks under. That ball peen hitting John's elbow that hard would have broken it. It would have broken the bones. So just so you know that, guys, this plastic.
Yeah, and plus, what's her name? Hartfield, the CSI, had testified no DNA on the taillight. So
Right.
obviously, John would have been splattered all over that thing.
He should have been splattered all over it, and he should have had broken bones because when you see the thickness of this plastic, there's no way he didn't have broken bones.
That's with the hammer.
Look at the thickness of this plastic. You cannot tell me he whacked that with
How
his
thick
elbow,
this thing is.
smashed it like that, and didn't have a broken elbow. So the breaking point of the
These
plastic.
taillights are extremely thick.
I'll just get him to put this up on the screen so you can see it. Right. The breaking point of that plastic is actually far higher than the breaking point of human bones. Way higher. It's about, I think it's like 50 times higher than the breaking point of human bones. It was a hell of a hit, wasn't it, Bob? So
That's why the Crash Daddies had to come up with a cocktail cannon or a cocktail glass cannon.
to prove
they're
that
like,
glass didn't do it.
they're like, they're trying to figure out. Yeah.
That was the only other thing that could have smashed it was the glass, because it wasn't his elbow, because his elbow should be smashed into more pieces than this light is smashed into. So for those who don't know, I literally asked the deep research AI to give me the breaking point of human bones in the arms, rather than, because usually they'll tell you the femur or the legs. So I asked it specifically for the arms, and it ends up being like 50 times less than the breaking point of this plastic. So essentially, even if he did hit this, his the plastic wouldn't have broke if his arm didn't break. That's the end product of that little study. It's pretty thick. Looks like, what, 10 mil thick? Higher or equal density, correct.
This one was already busted.
It's basic
That's why it
science.
was
I mean, go girl.
easy to shatter with the hammer.
To me, the
This is a
most
genuine
important part's coming up,
Lexus LX5.
where he shows the
this piece.
what do you call it? He'll describe it better. But the fact that the bulbs, the LEDs are at the top, and
reflective.
570 from a 2021.
That's right. That's right, Shirley.
If you just pull it off, that's how you get the big piece. Just see what color it lights up as.
Yes, it is.
All the red is gone. There's no red on this taillight anymore. Even that side marker light is so bright that it looks white. But you can clearly see it's red. All the lights are red. That's the brake light. They're just so bright red, they're clearly red. Let's see what happens when smash the diffuser.
So
I don't want to.
just looking at, hang on, let me just go back there. What we're seeing here is not red, but that's because we're looking at video. And so the video, the camera itself is receiving a bright red, which it's turning into orangey yellow. So the camera is now changing that red spectrum. But you can see it's red because if you look at the blanket, the reflection from the blanket,
That's the brake light.
you can see that it's red from the reflection on the blanket.
in just a moment, when he removes the diffuser, he proves that
Yes.
it's not even a light; it's a diffuser.
They're
It's
just
diffuser,
so
exactly.
bright red, they're clearly red. Let's see what happens when smash the diffuser. I don't want to take a chance on shorting anything out.
All right, here's another point. When he smashed the outer cover, he didn't smash the inner cover. He hit the outer cover with the ballpoint pen, the ball peen end. He hit the outer cover.
Ballpoint pen.
Yeah, got a pen on my brain, but you get what I'm saying. That he had to do it twice to get the inner plastic to break. So, what are they saying? That John got up and threw himself into the car a second time to break the inner plastic? Because he's got no broken bones, but both the outer and the inner plastic were both broken.
I can't even break this
That bit
crown
there,
piece off there.
that bit's missing.
That is so
How did
strong.
John break that with his elbow?
That thing is thick.
Touch it, look.
I can't even break it. There's no possible way an arm did that.
So that chrome, he couldn't even pull that out with his hands. How is it that an impact did that? He couldn't even break it out with impacting it with the hammer. How is that chrome missing?
He had to beat the hell out of that thing.
That chrome is exactly what brings me to the point that they used some sort of crowbar to lever. So they saw the cracked bit where Karen cracked the car on John's Traverse, stuck a a screwdriver or a crowbar inside that crack and pulled it all out. And we can see that because we can see the tool marks scratch the plastic. We can also see that that chrome piece is actually missing. So that chrome piece was a dead giveaway of something fishy as well.
I believe
Especially
there's
breaking
even
that chrome.
a chip mark on the vehicle itself.
Sorry?
I believe there's even a chip mark on the inner housing of the vehicle. Like they
Right.
literally had to pry it.
There's a tool mark. It's a scratch, like about 2 inches long. So that indicates they probably used a screwdriver or something inside the crack and then pulled all the plastic out to break it rather than hitting it.
Piece.
Oh, I'm sure by looking at this, I'm sure they did multiple things.
Now with the
Right, and then they went, oh, that come off in too big a piece, and then they had to smash it up even smaller. So, I mean, clearly there's a hammer used. I'll show you the strike points on the plastic in a minute.
diffuser off there. Look at the taillight. That's all broken out right there. That's broken. When I move the diffuser, watch the light move. Now the light's gone because there is no bulbs back there. The only thing that makes the lights go down the taillight are these plastic pieces that have the bubble. Without that, the light does not go down the taillight. Now watch, I'll snake this diffuser back in there and the light will follow it down to where the end of it's broken off. Looky there. If that light was broken in John's driveway, there would be no light going down the taillight whatsoever, and it sure would not be white.
No white.
I definitely would.
The red is almost a translucent red.
Sorry?
I second the motion of bringing in a bullshit expert.
Miss I Russell Crowbar. Miss I Wrestle Crowbars. Motion granted.
Now watch, I'll take the diffuser part out of it and the light disappears. It's because all the light is up at the top and it shines down on that clear piece and the bubbles makes it reflect. This is what the tail light would have looked like with the plastic pieces that they showed on in the trial that would have been missing from the tail light. There would have only been 2 small lights coming from the top.
But it looks cleaner.
Forward, please. Thank you.
Red.
And one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop.
Where's
You can
the
see
light
it
coming
clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it's
I see that there's white shining through.
But it's not a white bulb. Dun, dun, dun.
That's honestly the thing
The
that led
defense
to the
position.
wrong.
It's
The way that
Sorry?
Brennan just, the thing that I hate the most about Brennan is just hearing his constant lying. And not only that, but the way he says it, it reminds me of like getting in trouble and like your sibling is just sitting there just like, trying to convince your mom that it was your fault that you did something wrong. Like just the way that he says it, it's just like overemphasizes his lies. Oh, I just hate it.
Right. I'm actually going to do on this video here where she bumps into John's car and pulls out. I'm going to redo the last experiments that I did on the red channel study, I'm going to do that on these videos, because there's a couple of things that we pointed out. Were one of them was what Microdots noticed was that the snow was a different color between between Lally's footage and the defense's footage. The snow was a different color. So I'm going to study the red channels in those two videos next. And it's a lot easier to do when you've got a control. If Brennan hadn't have put that last video out of the Sallyport a month beforehand, we didn't have a control to measure how much red should or shouldn't be in the original Flip Sallyport footage. But now that he's put out the control, we know how much red should or shouldn't be there. So he gave us a control, which is what they've done by showing these versions of this footage as well. So I'm going to enjoy that. That's my next deep dive.
That's what I'm saying. The more you try to lie to cover up your previous lies, you're just going to get found out, and they're inadvertently giving us just more evidence of their clear tampering. And it's the thing that going through the first trial, just in my mind, I kept thinking, okay, every time they said something weird that seemed insignificant, or it was I want to say it was there was a lieutenant that had testified at the end of the 6th day that did the wellness check, right? They show the cruiser dash cam. Right off the bat, obviously, door 3 is where he comes out of, which is what was depicted as door 4 in the reversed Sallyport camera, right?
Right.
But then the fact that they go to John's house, and the fact that, what is it? Lally made the point of asking both Proctor and Mechanic the times that they arrived. I'm thinking to myself, that's got to mean something. Like, they're trying to get ahead of, in case somebody figures something out. It's like, if they say, oh, well, they went and tampered with something. You know what I mean? It's like every time they brought up something that just was like, what? Why are you talking about that? Other than, of course, the snow, like, shovel, even, the judge got fed up with Lally. What, shoveling the snow? What, this, come on. But yeah, every time they do something to try to cover up the previous lie, you're right. That'll be great to see.
Let me just clarify for you, Kevin. I got LEDs on the bottom of my bumper bar, and I've got the halogens on my actual car. And the LEDs in the bumper bar are actually white LEDs covered with red plastic, and as you say, the halogen bulbs in the actual car still OEM bulbs. But I don't think he's just assuming that they were white LEDs, and I was too, because I found white LEDs inside the brake lights on my bumper. So they're aftermarket, but I had to put them on after the vehicle had been built. They're aftermarket LEDs, but on the same token, they're just standard cheapies off the shelf LED brake lights. They're just stock. So when you take the cover off, it is a white LED inside. But see, and I think Jeremy makes a good point, that it depends on how recent they made it law that you have to have the same color bulb inside. It depends on how recent that law is. So I went through all of the laws, like with a fine tooth comb, on what was it? Telematics system. What the laws have to be on the telematics system, how it's meant to function, what it's got to tell the driver, when it malfunctions, what it's going to tell the driver. Went through all of those laws. I just haven't been through the laws on the taillights to see when that change was. Do you know when that change was?
I didn't look it up.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. That's one of the things that I love about standardization, is that when you have millions of users of the same product, obviously it benefits everybody for things to be all made the same, to follow the same protocols. So obviously they're going to be there for you to read so we can figure out what the standard is supposed to be.
Yeah. Where did you get the raw file of John's Ring camera, Corn Pope? We need a link for that. You need to tell me where you got it from. Because as I understand it, it wasn't released with the evidence exhibits.
If I had to guess, I the other night I remember listening to Turtle Boy. I wasn't watching his entire stream, and I was kind of going fast, but I could have swore he mentioned. I think he had said something about when he first got involved with this case. They gave him one of the Ring camera videos that he released, so it may be on his. He may have it somewhere.
Holy Hannah, are you for real? Sean is spreading. I don't know if I want it. Like, hang on. Let's just get something straight here. This is impounded evidence. It's impounded. It's not out there for the public. Holy Hannah. All right. Corn Pope, we need to chat. We need to yak.
What happened?
So this Ring camera footage from John's front of John's place, so where Karen hit John's car, that Ring cam footage, Sean on the Golf has actually released it.
How did he get a hold of it?
I don't know. We're doing a taillight project quite a while before he went off his rocker. For real. For real. All right. Let me get away for you to contact me, Corn Pope. Are you on X, Corn Pope? I'm sure you are.
Please, no. I love it.
Okay, don't say anything. Shit, said now. Are you on X?
I have a random. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen you on X, Corn Pope.
I
So
have a random question that I've been dying to ask.
Yep.
So, from an American standpoint, and being older, I am familiar with Paul Hogan, and of course, our impression of an Aussie is, that's not a knife, now that's a knife.
That's a knife.
Because I was thinking that could be applied to your car that had a tree fall on it. It's like, no, that's not a car, now that's a car. Because your car held up to that tree.
Yep, exactly. That's not a car. That's a car. Well, actually, I'll show you. That's not a car. Hang on, because I posted it on X, but I didn't send it out for my viewers. So, hang on. Yeah, here we go. Let's pop that up. See, that's not a car. So
That sucks.
You see the size of that trunk where it's sawn off there? That's about the size of both trees that were on my car.
Oh my gosh.
So
Yeah, trees are not light at all.
right. It was two trees and they're pretty tall. They were pines, so they were full-grown pines. So in length, I would put them at probably 20 meters, I guess, 25 meters in length. So because where they fell down in the forest was way back in the forest, the bits that hit me were sort of like towards the tops of the trees. So it was way back in the forest, the bottoms of those trees. But anyway, that's what they do to a normal car, essentially. And
It's awesome. You were able to get a crew to free up your car.
well, I didn't actually organize that. SES came out and they went, oh, I guess if it's blocking your driveway, we have to do it. If it wasn't blocking our driveway, they would have actually left me to work it out myself. But because
What's SES?
State Emergency Service. So they came out and cleared the driveway, like took all the top of the tree off, and cleared the driveway, but they left the freaking tree on my car, and they were like, we're going to get stuck on this side of the two causeways, because this is as the storm was coming in. They were like, we're going to get stuck on this side of the two causeways. And so they took off and left it. And so then I was like, well, I got insurance, so maybe the insurance, because they will clean up, the accident scene or whatever to get your car out of an accident scene. So that's all promised in, gold level insurance. So I rang them up and they're like, yeah, no, we don't do trees. Let us know when you got it out. We'll send you a tow truck.
Oh my goodness.
So I was like, well,
is
how
this
do
a
I...
neighbor's car?
No, this is in another suburb up north. This is
Okay.
I think this was Gold Coast, this one. So they copped it way harder than we did. We didn't get any of the wind here at all. Got a couple of, breezes that came through, very short and hard breezes here and there, like that lasted 5 seconds and then went away. So we didn't get the wind gusts off it, but most of the coast did. So Brisbane, I think as far north as Sunshine Coast, right through Brisbane and then down south to the Gold Coast, they all copped it pretty bad. So I've seen a couple of cars under one tree this big, pretty squished. I've not seen anyone under two trees that big. So yeah, I think we pulled up all right from that. For those who haven't seen it, I'll just hop it up on the screen for you.
Yes, that's what Karen's car would have looked like if John had hit it. Because he was a pretty big guy.
He was a big guy, right? It would have done a lot more damage. I've showed people pictures of what happened to my car after I hit a kangaroo. So there should be a lot more damage on Karen's car, for sure. So, I got some dings, a couple of dings around the place. There's another one down here on the fender where one branch was sort of holding it up. And then there was another branch sort of sitting there on the windscreen holding up the two trees, essentially. So there's only two branches on my car that were holding the weight of both trees. And so, essentially this crack, and there's a ding in the pillar here. I don't think that ding is actually structurally a ding. I think it's just the outer surface panel that's dinged. So we're getting that looked at, but that's how my car held up under two trees. I'll pop the two trees up so you can see that.
That's awesome. I'm back in, I think in 2008, I bought I had a Suburban and I traded it in for a Prius, and had it all the way up until 2016, I think, and I just finished paying it off, and then like a month later, ran into a concrete bollard, like a pole, barely moving, and it totaled the car.
Right. Yeah. So there you can see the two trees, and you can see that, one is literally, that's the one that's sitting on the windscreen, and then there's one on the bonnet here, and then there was one over here where this ding on this bonnet is, on the quarter panel is. There was one that way which they chopped off. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what landed on my car. Two trees about the same size as the one that squashed the other car that you were looking at. So you can see my tires are like taking the full brunt of that weight. So see, there's hardly any gap here, and they're pretty looking flat. We thought, oh no, it's gonna wreck my tires. And then the cavalry came, and they were all standing all over my bonnet, and I could hear my bonnet making, that ping noise. Like, it's just sheet metal. It's like folding in while they're all standing on my bonnet. But I wasn't too, I thought because there was so much other damage, it didn't actually stress me that they were doing more damage. But as soon as they got off it and got the tree off it, the whole bonnet just went poing, back into shape. So that was
Nice.
so so yeah, a couple of things. It's kind of like my car like refracted the energy of the tree, if that makes sense. I don't know, but
That's pretty impressive.
yeah, I kind of learned how tough she is. Bonnet, yes, a bonnet is a hood. Sorry, the hood. In Australia, we do say the bonnet, but yes, it's the hood.
So now my AAC is coming out. You wouldn't happen to be familiar with Turna 80? What is it? Turna 81 is another Australian YouTuber who, in my opinion, became famous for his cat repellent videos.
For his
He's
what
called,
videos?
so he's pretty hilarious because he had cats always coming in and is weeing on his car, and so he devised a automatic sprinkler,
Uh,
and along with like cameras and everything, and so each yeah, he had several videos on how to make them, and oh my gosh, he's just hilarious. But he was talking about the cat problems in Australia, or at least for wherever he was from. But yeah, he would have so he'd have this footage from cats. He kept trying to come up with plans on how to deal with the cats that came in his yard every night.
yeah, right. No, I haven't seen that, but no, I don't have a problem with cats here in this forest. I don't have any problems with any animals here in this forest. I love them all. But we got a dog. So a little while back, my landlord was beat up by someone who's followed home down the road. We live at the end of a dead end dirt road. He was followed home and beat up. And just after that guy went to jail, we got the dog. And the dog just keeps everything away. Before the dog, we had koalas and we had wallabies. I had an ongoing um, I had an ongoing argument with a bandicoot for about a year before the dog came. So it would break into my kitchen. So one of the doors of my kitchen is just screen. It's got no security mesh. It's just screen with nothing behind it. And he would break through the screen to get to my scrap bucket every freaking night. And I would even I would forget to empty the scrap bucket before it got dark. And then, an hour later, he's in the kitchen, already broken the screen and got in. So I had this argument with this bandicoot for about a year where I was leaving the scrap bucket, instead of taking it over to the compost heap, I was leaving it outside the door so he could go and eat the scraps. I'm like, fine, have the freaking scraps, just stop breaking my friggin' door. So I put the
Yeah,
scraps outside the door for ages, and we had this solid agreement that he stopped breaking the door if I gave him the scraps. So that worked.
that's hilarious.
That worked until the dog came along. But bandicoots here are kind of like, they're like your trash bandits. They're very stubborn and obnoxious, and they won't attack you like a raccoon will. They won't go off and try and attack you, but they'll run away before they'll stand up for themselves. But they're pretty freaking stubborn when it comes to I got my eye on that scrap bin. I'm having it. End of story.
That's awesome.
So, but yeah, now that the dog's here, we don't have a lot of wildlife. Not ground level wildlife anymore. So it's mostly out in the trees. They stay away from the dog. So, but yeah, we don't have a cat problem here at all. I think that might be an issue in the city, perhaps, or closer to the townships, outer suburbs and city. Right. I think we can. Where are we up to? Did you want to play through your video and talk about what you were thinking when you first went through your videos? Like what value you thought
Oh,
you
So
Right.
the thing that I can assume,
I can put it up on the screen if you want.
sure, there's because the obvious ones that you can just see without any effects is people coming and going. But I think my original thought was, let's see if maybe we can reveal anything that we're not expecting.
So you thought there
But
might be hidden things, hidden movement in there that we couldn't see.
yeah, and to me, so the thing that I noticed, and like I said, I removed the audio channel because there's all we would have heard was rustling around anyway.
The
But
courtroom, right.
yeah,
So all that orange that we're seeing and green right now, that is just movement from the cameraman.
but one thing I noticed um, when I assume this is Lieutenant that gets out of the car.
Yeah. Right there. When he snaps out of the car, he didn't actually get out. He just went snap out.
But one thing I noticed, and it's either like I've always suspected that um, another indication, obviously, even though they've lied to us and gaslit us, I know they intentionally inverted this because the way that they highlighted, tried to highlight the white on the taillight on this side.
Right. Now we know that from my red channel exercises.
Yeah, and the thing that I noticed with this video and the other one with the normal color, with the heat map, that you can, at least in my mind, you can clearly see at the rear section of the vehicle. I'm assuming there's a mask over it because
I can
every
see the
time people
mask.
walk by,
It's an
the
L-shaped mask
the
that goes
pixels don't.
like that.
Yeah, the pixels don't change. That's why I was saying that it's odd when you see people moving, but yet there's pixels that aren't changing. And typically, and the other thing is every time they go in and out of the Sallyport, um, to me it looks like there's a mask that they've put over the door to hide what's outside, because out there you would see the row of vehicles. So when people come in and out of the Sallyport, their head disappears.
Right.
Like
But
there's
there is a fog out there as well. So that's what made it harder for us to see that there might have been something done there, because we just assume, oh, there's a fog there.
yeah, see, it's like there's no pixel
It's also
change. Go
it's
ahead.
also easy to do that square shape and not have it, because it's already a hard edge. So it's easy to do that square shape and have a hard edge, and for it to be difficult to see that there's a mask there. So is there a specific spot here you wanted to stop at that you thought was interesting?
Mm, Just that
Am I
that
muted?
um,
No.
just that every time someone passes behind the rear of the vehicle, to me there's a mask over the taillight section, because you can see like a hole every that.
Oh, it was in his head then. The mask was actually on his head then.
Yeah, and then
Yeah,
and
let's
then here
go
at
back to
the
that.
end when they're coming and going from the port, a door, which
So
another
the
interesting.
mask is here, and it goes like, it's kind of like that shape. So watch when he goes past it. See, it's in his head.
Yeah. So Chat GPT, I had a conversation about Sallyport, and apparently a Sallyport originally was a so like think of an entryway, so it's got two doors, And the purpose
Yeah.
was you open one side, it's like a defensive area. So you open one side while the other side's closed. You come in, close that outer door, and then you open the inner door. That was the original
Right.
Sallyport, but Boston's history obviously went from military and then to police, and it's probably likely a term that just was always passed down, like organizational jargon or whatever.
The tail lights here in his body, you can see those two little dots there.
Right, exactly.
Look,
Yeah, because that was one of the reasons why I wanted to watch pixel changes, because when somebody's moving, there's new pixels being updated. Now, one of the potential pitfalls is that obviously with compression, not every pixel changes every frame, because it's to save space. It's looking ahead and seeing what new information needs to be updated.
right.
But for the most part, that's what we see, the orange for every time someone's walking around. So those pixels are changing
Right.
between every frame.
So for people who don't understand what he's saying, this area here, for example, is not changing in the video. So this area here that's not changing will just be a static image in the video until when it's looking ahead, when the algorithm is looking ahead, it sees someone walk in front of that, then it will change that because it's no longer static. So that will now have pixel changes because it's looked ahead to see if something is going to move in front of it. That is what we covered on my channel previously, for those who haven't looked at the compression side of things, because we did do a couple of videos on compression.
You'll have to
Why
look
are
it
they
up.
putting crime scene tape here?
Well, so
Who
my
knows?
other thought about the entire trial, especially since they literally have zero solid chain of custody of anything, right? So to me, they were putting on a charade, and that's why when Hank Brennan says, "Oh, but we've got 60 some odd pictures," it's like, yeah, but that was after.
It was all after, exactly. What about before? What about when you're seeing the tail light broken? How about
Yeah,
some of that shit?
yeah, because you hear like that's literally the purpose when you like even going all the way back to Microdot's original videos with the Tale of Two investigations, where they had a shooting in nearby town, and they had the police out there. They sealed off the entire street. Everything had, they literally found all the bullet casings. They had clear chain of custody of everything. They had the CSI out there, and yet in this case, and even Officer Seraph, the first one on scene, originally it was just under the impression that, oh, we found somebody in the snow and we don't know what happened, and
Right.
they just take off and leave. And it wasn't until people start brainstorming, how are we going to cover this up to point the attention somewhere else, and that's when let's call Lank up and get him to come back so that they can go, maybe Karen did it. But and I love what is it, Attorney Little's recent motion about excluding the blood. It's like, wait a minute, the blood draw, like Karen admitted herself voluntarily under whatever the section 20, or I forget the name of it, but so she's admitted herself to the hospital, and that blood draw doesn't the blood serum levels and all of that was just for their own diagnostic. It's not a medical treatment. Like, how did they even they needed a search warrant to get somebody's blood? She didn't she didn't commit any crimes related to alcohol. So it's surprising that they were able to. It's like they gaslit. That's really the nickname of their justice system is, you know, the gaslighting system. So that's all they do.
Absolutely.
They go through the motions and make it appear normal. And that's something I noticed earlier today. I was watching some of Brother Counsel's videos. I like his, on top of everyone else, he keeps them shorter, but he was explaining that when you read through some of these Brennan's motions and the case law he's citing, he's trying to pull a fast one. Like even
Yeah.
you know, keeping out the cause of death, because he cites you know, homicide and a few other things, but then he adds in undetermined, even though that's not part of the case law.
Right.
It's
Right.
like that's why the guy is just full of shit.
Let me do the Sallyport video for you. Bob's just paid $10 for this, so let me just do a quick. I gotta find it first. Give me 1 sec, and I'll find it, and we'll put it up on the screen. Sallyport.
Yeah, the question on the snow, like in my mind, this is take two, so it's like places everybody, and they pull the car in, but they may have already had the car in place.
Sorry. Yes, exactly. So I got this video where I actually point out what Bob's talking about here.
Hey,
Then
is retired state trooper? Is he the guy that was on with Mike Crawford the other day?
retired state trooper.
North Carolina.
Hang on. Have I missed a
I actually
there you go.
I've called into his show
Hey,
a couple of times. I like chat. I like Mike. You know, and in my mind, the caller's job is to make the host look good, right? So, you know, sometimes he downplays himself as I'm just a dog walker. You know, like I'm like Mike, you're great. I mean, your guests are your expert witnesses. I mean, you know, your
right.
job is to interview them and get them to you know, draw the information out.
Exactly. So this is what I have an issue. This is where the camera is, correct? On this
Oh
back
yeah.
wall,
Mhm.
overlooking the back of the car. It is not on the roof. So the only reason that the camera has facility to flip it is if you have it stuck up on your roof. And then it's going to be backwards if it's
Right.
sitting up on
Even if it was upside down, you would just have an
Mhm.
inverted video, but it still would be in the right orientation. And the other thing
Right.
is, if
You
especially at a
can
police
actually
station,
flip it. Sorry, you
uh,
can flip it in the software, in Equivision software. It gives you that option that if you've got it on the roof, it's going to be upside down, so you can flip it upside down. And it's also got the option if you've got it on a wall and it's looking like up an alleyway, for example, you can reverse that footage. So it depends on the orientation of the camera. You get those options depending on the orientation of the camera. So
in my
just
mind,
to
I
answer
just could not
Bob's,
ever imagine a likely scenario, especially if one just on a wall, of being mirrored. And the other thing
right,
that people may not realize, and I'm obviously speculating here, but in a security situation, especially like a police department, you're going to have somebody like their dispatch that's actively looking at a screen that has all of their cameras, right? So it's
right,
not like they're coming in and looking at this video and saying, "Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was flipped." Like someone is more than likely staring at that all day long, and it would be misleading for them to be looking at you know, a video image, like a camera of a mirrored, you know what I mean? Because then they'd be like, "Oh, someone's trying to break into whatever
Right.
that is.
So let's
Go ahead.
let's go to Bob's $10 question. So we can see here that there's an outline of snow already here. We know that this door is open because there's a pile of snow there. Pile of snow there. We know that door's not been open for long because there's not a big pile of snow there. So this door has been open for longer, and there is absolutely the shape of an SUV there. What size their car? We know it's not that size. Like, you can see quite clearly it's not that. So if I just go forward a little, I can't even remember what I was saying of putting the X there. That door's just been opened. Here we go. This shape here happens to be the exact length of Karen Reed's car. The exact width of Karen Reed's car. So you tell us, Bob, do you think it was parked in there before? Now, I do recall AJ saying in the last couple of hearings that they now have, footage of prior to driving in forwards, they literally reversed it in first. So did they reverse it in this door first? Or are we going to see it was reversed in this door and then took out and turned around in the car park and then driven in forwards? But I do believe that snow was from Karen Reed's car. I do believe that. And a lot of people are saying, but look at it on the tow truck. Yeah, but that tow truck was half an hour before or an hour before. Remember, they've changed the timestamps so that it matches when the tow truck came, but that was an hour before. So there was an hour's worth of snow on the car after the tow truck.
Right.
When they did this flip around and drove back in forwards. So you got to remember that. So when you see the vehicle here, it looks like that much snow was on the tow truck. That's how much was on the tow truck. But that was an hour before. So when you open and close the doors, all that snow drops off. No one actually brushes it off. It's when you do the physical opening and closing of the doors. So now watch down here that no snow comes off here when he opens that door because it's already been open and closed 100 times.
Right.
It's already come off the car. Nothing comes. Watch him slam the door. Bam. No snow comes off the car. Why? Because they've already done it before. So that's my answer to the snow. I don't know if it's good enough for you, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Super chat from Paul says, Proctor said on Cross the video he saw on his desk before he testified wasn't inverted and it was a yellow timestamp. Exactamundo.
Yes, I remember that.
I do too. I remember him saying that as well. So yeah.
And the great thing about Trooper Paul's that particular answer to that question, you could tell he wasn't prepared for that. And that's why he told the truth.
Yeah, didn't know he was supposed to lie there. Okay, our retired cop says pictures should have been taken before it was loaded on the rollback by the lead investigator. And we do understand that the tow trucks have this policy as well. And here's the thing, they even have that policy here in Australia. They'll take photos of all angles of your car before they put it on a rollback here as well, because they don't want to be blamed for any damage either. So it is part of their insurance, I think, part of their insurance coverage. So Bob says in reply, I think the big pile of snow is from the bonnet or the hood. Could be. It could be. But it's all the way around. It's in a neat square. Oh, the big pile at this end. I know what you're talking about. This end here. Is that what you're saying? This end here? I think the snow was actually going that direction. If you watch the direction of the fog, you'll see the snow is actually going this direction outside. Oh my God, he just gave something away there. So see how you can see his feet in this, where he slid in the snow there?
Did he shuffle his feet around or what?
He slid, but I just want to show you something. Before he slid, we've got no footprints or anything in that snow. So if they did the reversing and turned it round to bring it back in again, they did it all out of that door because the tire tracks are covered here. They did it all out that door. So he just brought it to my attention when he slid in it, that is how deep that is versus how covered the tire tracks are.
Yeah.
They did it all out the door. Just by the by.
Well, and Alan
Bob's,
Jackson
yes.
makes a great point as well, when he had asked, why is it that in a police station with so many cameras that it just happens to go out just at the time when the vehicle is passing by, and we would see the clear picture of the taillight. Plus, why is it that if all of these videos are grainy and substandard, the one camera that they magically replaced with no paper trail is the one that was inverted when literally it's just a software change, It's like, that's what I mean by they're just lying to cover up more, more lies. Lies lead to more lies.
Right. Come on up, North Carolina. I can't remember what SHP stands for, but retired cop, come on up. Please.
Some kind of a state trooper, state police, state honorable police, maybe.
Well, let's get him up and he can tell us. Come on up and tell us what you want to talk about. We got plenty of time. We're not in a rush. I'm about to start raining here, so you guys might have to fill in a few gaps if I get kidnapped.
Is the cyclone season gone?
Well, we're still getting little bouts of so the low, there's a low still in the position where the cyclone was, and there's a high coming up from the south. So it's pushing these little rain belts across from the tail end of the low, what's left of the cyclone. So we are still getting a little bit of rain here and there, yeah. So
But you said
State Highway Patrol. They gotcha. State Highway Patrol.
You said that you're
come on up.
In a what do you call that? Rainforest?
Sorry?
You said you were
yes, we are in a rainforest. Hello, welcome to the channel.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. What are we going to call you? We can't call you NCSHP.
You can call me anything you want to call me. I've been called it about 500 times, so it really doesn't matter.
So are you the one that was on with Mike Crawford the other day?
I've been on there a couple of times, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
What would they call you, Bob or something?
Carolina.
Okay, Carolina or NR. All right. So NC is for North Carolina and State
Highway Patrol.
Highway Patrol. Okay, cool. That's awesome. So you were writing things so quickly in there. I missed all of it because I'm still trying to operate things and stuff. So start from the top. There's so many things they did wrong that you've noticed, right?
Yes. I don't know where you want me to start. I mean, there's really so much. So I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Well, oh, whoops.
It was Bob that got kidnapped today. Come on back, Bob. My Starlink kidnapped Bob.
When I lived in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol, I'll never forget. I got a flat tire when I was on the turnpike, and I'm out there changing my tire. And
sorry about that, Bob. I think you might have reception issues. You there? Okay, carry on, Jeremy. He's having a few issues.
Yeah, so when I lived in Oklahoma, I'm on the turnpike and I get a flat tire, and so I'm out there changing my tire, and Oklahoma Highway Patrol pulled up behind me with his car kind of out further toward traffic, and he just protected my car while I changed my tire. Like, hey, that was awesome, man. Thanks.
Okay,
There you go.
I'm back. Can you hear me now? I lost the signal.
Yeah, you're back. You got a worse signal than me, which I didn't think was possible in America. But there you go.
Yeah. What I was saying was, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. I mean, there's so much. I don't even know where to start. So
Well, so
Yeah.
obviously, police departments, they're going to have, like most government agencies, you're going to have standard operating practices or procedures. And like, it's not like they were trying to figure things out, right? They would have done, they would have followed procedures. And even to the question of, I know a really good, obvious one was the whole, uh, at the beginning, well, you found a dead guy in the lawn. Why didn't you look in the house? It's like, no problem, because we had no reason to go in there. It's like, yeah, but he was out drinking the night before, and that's the house he was. There's a party, right? So I know you have something to say about that.
well, we're a little different here in North Carolina. We have this North State Bureau of Investigation. So our primary just
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no. Bugger. All right.
Oh, that is a good point. There's different levels of police, but
Yeah, and
even
there is one of those. There is one of those in Massachusetts because they pulled him out for that.
well, that's the
The
thing.
one that
So
might.
one interesting thing about which until this case, I didn't really know much about the East Coast. Like I'd always heard New England, but Massachusetts is one of the four Commonwealth states, and
Yeah.
in Massachusetts specifically, like the way that they have, like that's the reason why you have Canton police, but then they have the state police.
State police over the top. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
you were just getting to, right, Bob?
can you hear me now?
We can hear you again.
I apologize. There's something going on with the internet. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Continue where you were. That you've got your troopers, and then you've got another
Yeah.
department.
Oh, yeah.
We have
State
what
Bureau.
they call the State Bureau of Investigations. Now, they handle murders, robberies, and all of that, high profile cases. And they don't care who you are. They've arrested state troopers. They've arrested politicians. They've arrested judges, high sheriffs. They don't care and they don't play. So what they would have done is they would have gotten a call, and they would have had probably, I'm just guessing, maybe 45 to 50 agents show up. I'm sure the district attorney would show up. So once they got there, they would go to the body, obviously to see if the person was deceased or not. And in this case, there were three individuals that were out there by the body. They would have immediately separated all three in three separate cars. And then within 5 minutes, they would have went knocking on that door, and they would have said, "Who owns the house? Do you know anything about this body?" And they would have taken every single person out of that house and separated them. And they would have either audio or video recorded every single person that was in the house. Nobody leaves until we talk to
Yeah, exactly.
everybody and have them write a statement all over that property. I don't care.
I knew it was coming. Damn it. We'll get this in bits and pieces. Poor bugger. He might actually give up on us, but come back, Bob. I have to. There was something that he said there that. Okay, so when the police all arrived there, they got three women outside who have found him in that condition. So why aren't you going to go back and all right, what happened before they found him? sure, you've got their story. Well, you know, one says I dropped him off here. The others are going, I don't know, we just found him like this. So you've got this like unfinished story and you haven't asked anybody else how this has happened. All you've got is the story of those people who have no, I haven't got you, Bob. Not yet. I can hear you,
Well,
but
that's why, just like with any inquiry, or when you're trying to figure something out or learn about something, you don't only look at what you can see, but you also look at what you can't see, right? And
right,
every step that they take to intentionally mess something up or hide something is just as important, right? Because to
right.
us, it's obvious. Like
It's obvious, yeah. But
they're they're
at that point in the morning, as Bob was pointing at, they didn't have a story. All they got is these people found him dead. So they don't have a story at that point. They don't even have it from these three people, except that he was
well,
dropped off there the night before. So
right, and
that's why.
that's what I was saying about, even with Officer Serif, the Serif, the first guy that was there, and he said something about, well, I didn't even think it was a homicide at that time, and because they didn't secure the scene, they just were showing up to a person that was injured,
Yeah,
and so
that's right.
the ambulance takes them off, and then everybody leaves, and it
Right.
wasn't until after everyone's gone and that they decide, oh,
Oh, it could be a murder.
maybe we should. Yeah. Well, they obviously, once they realize that he's not going to make it,
You back, Bob? You good, Bob?
Okay, I've moved to a different location. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now. Let's see how we go with this location.
Okay. Getting back to the crime scene tape. They said that they couldn't put it up because it was 34 miles an hour. I've worked several hurricanes where it was 70 miles an hour. You just keep rapping, and you keep that crime scene tape up, and nobody enters that scene unless you're authorized, and you log in and log out the time you're in, the time out. So while they're getting people out of the house, they're writing a search warrant. So they come with a search warrant, and they
No, come
interview
back.
everybody, and they either get it on all. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Don't.
Oh,
Don't. I want to rewind him back to before you go into this is a murder. What if it's not a murder? What if you don't suspect it's a murder at that point? Like, I want to rewind him back in that story a bit first.
sure. Well, and something that I had overlooked in the first trial, that which had come out recently, was that Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe both reviewed the dash cam, and then I realized in Matt McCabe's testimony that he had driven over to 34 Fairview and got there while the road was still blocked with the EMS, and so he had to wait. And then he parks over there because one of the questions is, wait, not all the cars that you would expect to be there were there. And then it's possible that because we have Jen McCabe's phone data and her watch data, it's possible that Matt McCabe is the one who had used her phone to do the search in the middle of the night. And, he could have had her phone
Yeah.
and to try to cover up things because he was there as well.
Right. I don't know how much weight to put in the phone. The reason I don't is because the movement of Jen's phone matches the movement of John's phone. So you would have to assume
Yeah.
that Matt had John's phone and not Jen. We know Jen was
Right.
at the party. We know Matt was at the party, so it could still be either of them. But Jen's phone matches John's movements, and that's what concerns me about pinning it down to Matt, because we don't have Matt's data. If we
Right,
had
exactly.
Matt's data, we could be more specific. But
Well, that's what they fought hard to keep, even the fact that they didn't, with like the geofence data. Oh, they knew everyone had an iPhone, so they tried to play it off like, oh, we were just getting Android data or something like that.
yeah,
Like, and then the fact, obviously, that the two Bryans tossed their devices the day before they're supposed to turn them over.
yep.
Um,
There's something incriminating on their devices, obviously, or
Yeah.
else they wouldn't have done that. So
but I do agree with because there's so many different angles, and the hardest one obviously is getting information on the other people, especially since they hit it all. But
we got your back, Bob.
the tail light of obviously is the key.
Obviously, Bob. Can I rewind you now, right back to the start? Before you suspect it's a murder, what if you don't suspect it's a murder? Are you still going to do the same process that you were about to explain?
I restarted my device. Can you ask me that again, please?
Yes, cool. If you've just arrived at the scene and you don't suspect it's murder, let's say at this point you think he's just injured, you don't know how he's injured, are you going to do the same process as if it's actually a murder, like obvious that it's a murder straight up?
Absolutely. I mean, you got a body in the front lawn dead. I mean, I don't care who it is. You're going to consider it a murder or maybe an accident. I mean, there's several things going through your mind. I mean, obviously, you got to talk to people, and you have to look in the house. I mean, somebody could be hurt in the house. I mean, you got a dead body in the front lawn of your house.
Well, at that stage, they didn't know that it was a dead body. In the early stages, they thought it was only. Don't reboot, and new position didn't work. Clearly, poor guy. Oh my god. We have
I would
another.
assume what he's getting at is that you want to assume the worst so that you can cover all the bases. So
Right.
that,
I was waiting for him to say that. I was trying to get him to say that bit, but he didn't. He got lost in the connection. But yes, Susan says that's what a real investigation would look like. So we obviously we got too many issues with reception right now. So Susan, you or our North Carolina Bob, can you type into chat? Is it the same? Does the investigation look the same if you don't think they're dead? That's the question I'm asking. Sorry, Bob. Terrible connection you got there, dude. But I feel for you because it's usually mine.
I understand.
So the question is, you don't realize he's dead at this stage. The ambulance didn't declare him dead. Nobody out the front declared him dead. The death declaration was made at the hospital later on. So at this point, you don't think he's dead.
That's when your investigation and your experience and training comes in play. You have to interview every single person in the house and get a statement. I mean, it's experience and it comes from training.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we were talking about, we assumed that you would assume the worst because you can't rewind and investigate. So I guess you would, even if it was just an injured guy, but just in case he ends up dying, you're going to go ahead and, sounds like you're going to go ahead and investigate thoroughly everything anyway.
Even if
Because
it's an
then
assault,
Exactly.
even if it's an assault, you still got to do the investigation, right?
You got to do this fully, and you
Uh-oh.
and we'll let you know when you can. It may be 2 weeks, but we're going to put up tents in the front yard, and we're going to melt all this snow in the front yard if we can find any evidence. So we're going to be here for a long time. So just have your phone handy, and we'll give you a call when we're completely done. Until then, don't come back. Don't call us. We'll call you.
Yep.
well, remember the fact that it wasn't the original police report. They had put the next, they didn't even put 34, didn't they put 32 Fairview? They've always, like, they've intentionally misspelled people's names. Like, they've always intentionally been trying to divert.
Yeah,
Right.
I saw that. What I'd like to talk about is the crash. That's where I have more experience as far as the crash. Supposedly crash.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
tell
the
us
whole,
what you know. Tell us
yeah,
what
the
you know.
vehicle and the body.
All right, let's just crash. Okay, let's just assume it was a crash. So, a hit and run. If they called me to the scene, and do you have any idea who hit the person? I said, you know, and I knock on the door, and she comes, and I would say, were you? Said, yes, sir. Well, I need to see your vehicle. And she opened the door, and I'd have a digital camera. I would take 75 pictures, if not more. I would take it bottom side, inside, outside, up, or
Exactly.
everywhere I could take it. Now, assume it's a crash, and can't police use themselves. So Raj has their own record. I would have called my own scene. They were and it would have been secured in our garage, and we would have a form on the door. Anybody that comes in, you put your name in, what time you left, and why you were there. And anybody that goes in there needs to call me. And once it was stored inside our garage, I would take pictures of it in the garage just in case somebody decide they want to do something that they shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
That's how we would have stored. And I don't know why she, because I'll be honest with you, I'm done with my investigation now. They do their, maybe somebody has come in and I sit with the DA and we're going to charge this person. We're going to release the vehicle immediately. No need for us to hold the vehicle. Said the nose back. There's no reason to keep it. Now, had an attorney, I would have probably called her and said, look, have you hired an attorney? Yes, we're in contact with them. If the attorney have them call me, we'll keep it, long enough for y'all's expert to look at it. We're not in, but, want to make sure your attorney, all that's complete, which would probably, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks or so. It all depends on their ego. She be driving it today if that happened here. We would not be.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're about to lose you again, Bob. It looks like you're about to die from this end.
You got me now?
Hang on. So let me just do a quick recap, because everything was pretty garbled because the reception is pretty bad. But let me just do a quick recap. So you definitely, even if it was just an accident, you'd still be taking photos of every angle of that car, and you would also be, making sure that she's got a lawyer or whatever, because you're considering it to be an accident. And there's no way that you would have taken a car away from her thinking that it was just an accident, and you're not even told that he's dead yet. So those are just the recaps for people who couldn't hear. It is pretty bad, Bob, but I'm just trying to do just little recaps without the interruption, so that people can understand what you're saying.
Right. And also at the scene, I would have called a fire truck, and I would have had him raise that ladder, and I would take a picture looking down at the crime scene. Juries love pictures. You got a picture looking down over the house, over the entire property.
Right.
It don't get no better than that.
Right. Do you guys use drones to do those sort of photos? Yeah.
Yes. Now, I have never used a drone that uses a drone. Yes, ma'am, they sure do. Now,
Yeah.
getting his injuries, I have thought about it millions of times through my mind, how in the world his arm could have broken that tail light. And I can tell you right now, there is no way in this world that his right arm with those injuries struck the tail light and caused it to bust wide open or whatever. Those injuries are not consistent with a motor vehicle crash. I mean, you don't have to be in law enforcement to realize that.
Yeah, right. So, the question I have is, you saw the video that BN, I've forgotten his name now, that put out about cracking the taillight with the ball peen hammer. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I saw that.
So my perception is, and just from my research on bone breaking pressure and the pressure that it took to break that plastic, what's your summary on that situation? You think he should have had broken bones?
Absolutely. And below the neck, he would have bruises, and he'd have a fracture on his arm. And listen, get in your car and try to back up 24 miles an hour and see if you can control your vehicle. It's almost impossible. He would have had, I mean, he had two black eyes. On the back of his head, he had blunt force injury.
Yeah.
And, look, I picture myself, standing behind that vehicle with my right arm out. And they said it was a side swap. So if my right arm is out and that tail light hits me, it is not going to throw me 30 feet to the right. There is no way. Zero.
It's going to spin you around, isn't it? Because your center of gravity is at the center of your feet. So it's going to spin you around.
Well, yeah, it may do that, but you're going to have bruises around your chest area, or possibly, broken bones. You're not going to have those scratch marks on his right arm going up parallel up and down. That did not come from a tail light. And I would put every dime I have in my 401k, my house, my dog, everything I have, there is no way that tail light caused those scratches on his arm. I can tell you right now, I've seen it. I've investigated pedestrians, and there's no way.
All right, so there's something that I notice about the tail light is it does have a strike point where the plastic is smashed into fragments in one spot. And if his elbow had caused that injury, then those plastic fragments would be in his wound, in his arm wounds. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, sure would. And
Right,
I'll
so
tell you
that's
something else. And excuse me, I'll tell you something else. That police chief that went, who's dead and gone now, God rest his soul, who supposedly went out there 10 days later and found 45 pieces. If he would have called me and I'd went out there, I said, listen, let me tell you something. You're supposed to be recused from this case. What are you doing out here, sir?
yeah,
What are you doing out here?
Yeah, totally with you there. Like none of this, none of the whoops, he's gone. None of the evidence that comes in from the people who are accused from the case should be treated as anything but civilians handing over evidence. Is that's how I picture it, because they're not supposed to
Well,
be on the case.
right. And obviously nothing had chain of custody until they sent it to the lab.
Yeah. There's a lot of things.
Same
There's
with
a
the
lot of
videos.
missing, but while he's making his way back, let me get. He's back. I want to put the taillight footage on the screen. You are so patient, Bob. I don't know how you have managed to come back so many times, but thank you for keeping on keeping on.
Well, I've got 5G, so I don't know why I keep breaking out. I got 5G, so I don't know.
Yeah. I was going to put the tail light on the screen and just show you where I think the impact point was and maybe just discuss that. Let me get the right one. It will be this one. Because I'm playing it through the Chrome browser, I can't block the ads, but just give me 1 sec and I will put... so I basically put all of the red parts together because you absolutely cannot see the clear parts. Once you cut out a clear part, it's just white, so you actually can't see the shape. But I put all the clear parts together and I can see exactly where the impact point was. Can you see this on your screen, Bob, or are you on a phone? Can you see what I've got on the screen?
I can't see it, no.
Okay, so this jagged edge here, so everything's a clean break. It's a clean cut, a clean break, every piece that they picked up, except for this one here, which has got this jagged edge here. And to me, that looks like an impact point. And it's right on the edge between the white plastic and the red plastic. So it's one complete mold, and the white plastic is molded into the red plastic for this particular area. You can see that it's shattered. It's not a clean break. It's been hit with something. I suspect it's probably where she reversed into John's traverse. But because you can see the outline, I think I actually do. Let me make sure the sound's down. I think we actually do draw a line around that. Yeah, see how I've drawn that shape there? You might not be able to see it this far away, but that jagged edge was shattered.
Oh, yeah.
So there's small pieces, there's small fragments that have come off of that. If that was his elbow or touched his body, there would be those small fragments embedded in his skin. And there wasn't, I don't even know if they even looked to see if there was any fragments embedded in his skin. I mean, that would have closed their case right there, right? If there was those small fragments embedded in his skin.
Well, yeah, and what is it, Dr. Rinchler especially had testified about what you had mentioned in terms of center of mass, like getting struck on an elbow, because, and to me it was very impressive because he's like, there are ways about the thing, and he's obviously thinking that John weighed about, what, 210 or something, 220. He's like, his arm would have been 10 pounds. And, he mentioned, because I think he mentioned the way football players hit each other and how they move around. Obviously, it's not, because obviously if you get hit in his body, he would have bruising or broken bones. But if they claim he got hit on the arm, you know, that's just going to spin him around.
Yep. Welcome back, Bob. Sorry you're having so many troubles with your reception, and I hope the audience is patient with him. I have these reception issues myself sometimes. If you're not patient, then you're on the wrong channel.
Can I make one? Can I make one comment before it knocks me out again?
Yeah.
The way we investigate every motor vehicle crash is you have a point of impact. So what should have been done is once the body was removed, we have orange paint. So we would have made went down each side where his body was, and we would have had the orange paint. So that would supposedly be after impact. And we would have measured from where the crash occurred to after impact with a roller tape. So Trooper Paul said, I think he was thrown 7 feet and hit his head on a curb, or I don't even understand 99% of his testimony to start off with, but it's not hard to get your measurements, and the first 48 hours are the most important, and they messed all that up because they waited.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't even go out there until after the first, I think. And then even Alan Jackson asked him, well, who did you get your information from? How did you know where the body was? And it's like, oh, I got it from Lieutenant Gallagher. It's like, but Lieutenant Gallagher never saw the body either, because he got there after John was taken away.
And see, that's why you get up on top of a fire truck and you take a picture down there where the body is, so you know exactly where it is.
Right. And then you've got, as Alan Jackson pointed out, you've got reference from where you can see the fire hydrant, or reference from where you can see the flagpole. You can see references in the frame so that you can measure distances.
Right. All the pictures they took.
You can. Well, we
were way too close. They know.
Sorry, Bob.
Sorry.
You can try.
No, we've lost you, Bob. We're getting. Yep, lost him. All right. So,
Yeah, and I know I've heard many people say, but there was no crash report.
Right.
It's like by law in New York, I think it was Melanie Little might have said that. Speaking of Melanie Little, I love the fact that because I was watching her stream and she's like, Aussie Insider, you watching this? And then when you played your video, you're like, yep, I got you.
I got you, girl. Let me just answer this question. I don't think the crime lab said that they found little pieces of plastic. I remember them saying they scraped it. And I've listened to this a couple of times over, that segment where she's talking about it. She said, yeah, we scraped it. That's it. We don't actually know what was in what she found. They scraped it, but we don't know what the scrapings produced because she didn't carry on and tell us what was in the scrapings. You right, Bob? Not quite.
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
What I was trying to say before it cut me off. You triangulate the crash. You pick a reference point, and there's nothing better than a fire hydrant. You pick something that's not that's going to be there, and you start from the point of impact. You go to the reference point, which would be the fire hydrant. Then you go from the fire hydrant and you measure towards the body. You stop if there's a shoe. You stop on the legs, the mass of the body, the head, any evidence that's in there where the body was. You triangulate it so the reconstructionist, if he's not available, can come back and look at your measurements and see where everything was placed.
Right. So, with that, oh my God, I had a great question and it just jumped straight on my head. Oh, the orange paint that uses specifically for snow, isn't it?
Yes, it will stay in snow. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure the audience knew that the stuff that they would use if there was no snow to mark out where the body was found is not the same stuff that they use if there is snow. They would actually use a orange spray pack to mark
Yes.
out. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And don't ask me how I know that, because we don't even get snow here.
Right.
I looked it up. I did. I looked it up. So I was curious how you would normally deal with a snow crime scene. So I looked it up, and that was what I found.
Yep. Yep.
So the next question is I'm just looking through the chat. Sorry, Bob, just to get the questions up. The next question is, do you recall the lab saying that they scraped his shirt and got plastic fragments off his shirt?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the testimony, whether they tested those fragments, came off the taillight, or what the fragments were?
I do not know what they said. I do not know.
So I don't think we got any conclusivity from the lab what those were. I remember saying they scraped it. I remember them saying it could have been little plastic pieces, but then that was it. We didn't get any more testimony out of it.
Yes. I didn't hear anything about that. No, ma'am.
Oh,
Right.
you started to mention about your dash cam or your cruiser.
Right.
Something about cameras recording things.
Right.
Yeah. Well, here's something interesting about the dash cam. The still shot that they are relying on from the dash cam, which pulled up behind Karen's vehicle in John's driveway, that still shot actually shows that the light's intact, because these lights have they're a concave shape. They stick out about 5 inches from the side of the car. So when I overlaid the rear end of a Lexus on top of Karen's vehicle in that dash cam still shot, I've got a complete 5-inch concave light there. It's covered in snow, so it looks white, but it's all there.
Yeah. Well, you talking about dash cams. Our dash cams, it records, and we have to go to a district office, and it's downloaded to a server. So just say I was a crooked trooper or whatever, there is no way in this earth I could alter that dash cam. None, zero, because it's put on a server, and there is no way you can manipulate that with us. Zero.
Yeah.
That's why it was highly suspect when the defense expert goes out and looks at the DVR, and because not only did he check for any video, but the logs. Obviously, the logs would have gone back, because logs are just it's just dates and times.
Right.
And the fact that there's not even any logs, but that Colleen Crawford has something to do with it, because of the fact that she wouldn't let the expert look at the other system where all the videos were.
Right. We've lost him again, but oh man, I've got so many questions about that when he comes back. He might not come back, so he might have given up, and I don't blame him if he does. It's okay, Bob, if you do give up, but what you've given us so far has been... Oh, he is back. Here we go. Oops. Go on with the cam story, Bob. Sorry, you got cut off.
I figured out what was happening in my phone back, and that's why I'm losing you. So I'll keep touching it. Our cameras are designed. You have to go to the office to download it. It's put on a what did I say? It's put on a
Central server.
Yeah. It's put on a server. So the only access to it would be a supervisor, but they would even if the supervisor wanted to manipulate it, there's no way on earth they could do that. I mean, those cameras we have, you can hear clearly, and they are clear as a bell. I mean, these are the probably the best in the country, the ones we have. As a matter of fact, they take 2 minutes before you cut the lights, the blue lights on. So if I'm sitting in the meeting going after a car, it'll show me sitting there 2 minutes. And once I stop them, it'll show what I did 2 minutes before the stop.
Right. We've got something similar happening right here. So people aren't hearing you real time. They're hearing you about a minute afterwards. So that's pretty normal when you're trying to save things elsewhere or stream things to elsewhere. So I get what you're saying there.
And also, another problem they're going to have is drawing blood. What was it? 18 hours after the supposedly crash. Now they can retrograde that and whatever, but look, here's the proper way you do a blood draw. I think the longest time the furthest time I did one out was about 3 hours. We carry blood kits. So say for instance, well, I'll give you an example. This guy ran off the road and he was high on drugs. And I got there, he was already taken to the hospital. So I go to the hospital and I read him his blood rights. And then I charge him with DWI. And I have a kit that, well, when I was working, I had a kit that had 2 vials in it. And the nurse has to come in. She draws the blood and she puts it in the kit. There's all types of paperwork to fill out. I've got to get her name, the date, the time, the location. I mean, that takes probably 45 minutes to an hour just to do that. So then I go directly to the office and I have to fill out a form that goes to the crime lab. And it's got to have their name, what it's being tested for, the whole 9 yards. And then we have our own form that that we fill out internally.
Yeah.
That is that's kept in a log. So I take that blood kit, I put it in an evidence locker, I lock it up, and then the supervisor that day or the next day will come and log it in, and then in a day or two it'll be transported to the crime lab.
Right, because they took the hospital testified that they took the blood and for their own diagnostic purposes, and what they had to add some fluids to it or whatever, but the hospital. So in other words, her blood, the police get a hold of her blood in not in the proper way, like you just mentioned, and it's already been altered by the hospital. And I know people were asking, like, how did they even get it? Because they would have had to have a search warrant, right, or some kind of warrant to get the blood, right?
Well, let me ask you this: was she admitted as a patient to the hospital?
Yeah, she volunteered because remember she's mentally disturbed from just finding her dead boyfriend, and started having some self-harm type ideation. So she went to the hospital herself, and then so she's there voluntarily by herself. Nobody took her there, and then they grabbed they grabbed her blood from the hospital.
I mean, the only time I've gotten a search warrant is if somebody refused to give blood. However, in this case, you're talking 18 hours after a supposedly crash. Yeah, technically it can be drawn, but you're not going to win it in the court. I can promise you that. You're 18 hours. The supervisor would probably say, just subpoena the hospital records and go from there. I mean, 18 hours is too long to draw blood. I can tell you that. I don't know if anybody's ever drawn it 18 hours.
Absolutely. I think the amount of alcohol they found in her blood after that amount of time was ridiculously high. So I'm not entirely sure how they think it got that high over that period of time. Like, it doesn't work.
Well, here's the problem. She could
Can
have
you
went
still hear
home
me
and
okay?
drank.
I had to change headphones.
Well, that's a point that a lot of people have made. She could have drunk at home, but from what we understand her story, she went home to bed.
Right, but still the state has to,
They have to prove it.
the state has to prove it. I mean, the defense attorney could, ask the trooper, do you know whether she went home and drank any alcohol after the supposedly crash? No.
That's
I
the
mean,
only way it could have happened, because she was at 12. Her last drink was at I think it was like 12 midnight. That was her last drink at midnight. What we saw on camera, like that she could buy herself. That was the last drink we saw that she could have. So that was 6 hours to the point where she was at the crime scene, and then another 6 hours to the point where they took her blood. Right, 12 hours.
I thought it was 18 hours total. I may be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know when they took her blood, but I know she was out of the hospital by 11 a.m. So
They definitely went on a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, it looks like that. They did. I just don't understand how the blood could be so high if she hadn't had just downed like 2 shots a second before they took it.
Oh, it was because there were so many flaws, especially it was the forgive me, I don't remember the guy's name, but it was the black guy who testified that they just went off assumptions based on what Trooper Proctor said, and so that's why they didn't even accurately know when her last drink was, and the retrograde extrapolation, right? And it's also based on that altered blood, which the hospital said they added some things to it.
Right. What did they add to it what do they add to it when they do a retrograde? Do you know at all, Bob?
I don't remember, other than I do know that it was something that wasn't normal, like the what was it? Maybe they don't add to it. It's that the way that they do blood serum, like the concentration would have been higher than normal.
Yeah. It's very difficult. You know who we need to have an interview with Larry, because he's got some he knows this stuff back to front, especially with the retrograde analysis. It's what he does for a living. So we need to get Larry, DUI guy, lawyer, on here to talk about the retrograde analysis.
Oh, I know that he was Larry Foreman, yeah, DUI guy. He was there. He happened to be in the courtroom and mentioned that, I believe, that he happened to be there that day, which is, he told me, hey, you could ask him about this, whatever it was, and which they then used. Have you ever watched any of his videos?
I am a old school watcher of Larry's, because of he was one of the lawyers who covered the Johnny Depp trial. So yes, I've watched a lot of Larry.
Some of his very interesting videos are from his Kentucky court. Like I've seen him literally. There was a trial that was, they just brought in the jury, and the prosecutor misstated the law. He immediately, goes before the judge and says he's just tainted the jury, and they immediately declared a mistrial. Like he was so on top of this.
Yeah. Welcome back, Bob. Your phone obviously died again. I'm glad we got a grip on the reception. We can hear you a lot clearer than we could before. So what do you, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you to continue on. What are your thoughts about the retrograde
extraction? Well, I was going to tell you, in 30 years, I had it done one time. A guy wrecked at like 4:30. I was scheduled to come out at 6. They called me, and I got there about 6:30, and I got to the hospital at 9, drew blood at 9, and he was at a 0.07, which was under legal limit. But we had an expert with the state. I mean, he knows everything he's one of the best experts in the country, in my opinion. And he testified that the person would have been at a .10 at 4:30 when he crashed, and the judge found him not guilty. I only had it one time out of thousands of wrecks. So it's very, 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 very hard to win. I mean, it's hard for juries to understand it, you know?
Right. And we just have the jury making this like blanket statement. Well, she was there and she was drunk. The problem is there were 15 people there. There were 15 people drunk, and nearly all of them were drink driving that night.
Correct. Yeah.
So I don't know that you can even put it down to, well, she was there. She had to have been drinking because her extrapolation came to whatever. But that doesn't rule out that all the other people were also there. They admitted to drinking. They admitted to driving. So it's the same thing. Like they're all in the same place. They're all drinking. They're all driving.
Well, you got to understand too, there was no sobriety test. There was no questions asked of her. We have an AIR form, and we got questions on the back. You can answer them or you don't have to answer them. You know, nobody asked her any questions. You know, was she driving? You know, when did she have her last drink? There's just so much when it comes to, people don't understand. There's so much when it comes to a DWI, and then when you start dealing with blood, it's a whole lot. It's a different ball game when it comes to blood. I mean, you know, it's
we don't do sobriety tests here. They seem to think that the sobriety test is I can't remember what the word is, unreliable here in Australia. But what we do have is we have on the spot breathalyzer. So you blow in the little digital thing and count to 10.
Yeah. Well, what I would have done maybe in this case, if I was investigating it and they said, yeah, go talk to her, I would have took my portable breath test in there and say, are you willing to give me a breath sample? Now, you can't use that number in court. The portable breath sample cannot be used in court, but the prosecutor will say, did you get a positive or a negative reading? If you say positive, that means they were over .08.
Yeah.
And also with a blood test, a lot of people don't realize is you don't lose your license. You only lose your license until you're convicted. And it normally takes about a year and a half to even get the blood results back. So that's why it's so important to take notes. Think about how many cars between that year and a half that I stopped, how many drunks I arrested. I can't remember every bit of it. So that's why it's important to take good notes. And you don't have to do the sobriety test here. You don't have to do anything.
Right.
Now, the defendant can call a witness to watch you take the test, and they got 30 minutes to get there. So sometimes that may buy some people some time, and they're, may be close to an 8, and they may drop it down to a 7 downtown. So there's a lot of paperwork involved, especially when it comes to a DWI.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how America or why America does things the way they do. I'm actually pretty glad that we don't follow America in that particular thing. We follow pretty much everything else that you do. New laws come out with driving and, laws about car and safety and all that. We follow all of that. But this is the one area where we do things like so differently here in Australia. So the blood extrapolation is something that the police will use. So it's the same kind of thing that you were saying. You can't use the digital breathalyzer in the court, but you've got to use the. So once you've got the positive from them, you got to take them back to the station and get their blood, basically, and then the blood extrapolation is used.
No, 99% of the time when I arrived at a crash, they were either at they were already at the hospital. They were gone. Now, they did pass a law here that EMS, I can take the person to an EMS station and a paramedic can draw the blood. normally they're already at the hospital. 99% of the hospital.
No, come back. Wow. Don't.
Well, not, and also it's a lot of laws vary between state as well.
I was going to say that Massachusetts does accept these in court as forensic evidence. So, Kevy, thanks for the article. And it does point out the things that we're explaining here, but this is Colorado article. So Colorado doesn't accept them as forensically acceptable in court. But as we we're just saying, there's so many differences between the states, and the main difference being, like I said, here in Australia, it's the only admissible evidence as far as your drink driving goes, whereas in Colorado it's not forensically acceptable, but in Massachusetts it is. So sorry about that, Bob. You're back.
So I don't know why I keep cutting out, but listen.
I had a theory. I had a theory that they, remember her original charges started out in a different court, and they upgraded her to murder to get her into bed to Judge Canone's court. That's my theory.
You think that's why they upgraded, or just for specifically get her into Judge Dave's court?
Yeah, because it upgraded it to a different court level.
I'm just looking up Australia's legal limit because I don't drink. I have no freaking idea. I'm just looking up what we are. You have to be 0, no alcohol at all if you're on a learners, and it is 0.5 here, 0.05 here. So there you go. I didn't know that. I think they only just changed it a little while back from 0.08 to 0.05, but those are the laws in Australia. We're a little bit stricter with the drink driving stuff here.
Oh man, Bob. So I've been in the Army Reserve a long time, and I used to do a lot of funeral honors with this. There was a sergeant major that was also he was California Highway Patrol, and he had some of the greatest stories. But he had to have a kind of a dark sense of humor to be able to cope with some of the things that they see and experience. Just obviously, you deal with a lot of rough situations. I'm assuming that you have to just do certain things to get past all that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are saying bias Bev. Bev's biased. Bev's the biggest problem. Bev's a disgrace. Look, I have absolutely no doubt that strings have been pulled to get the right judge. Would you agree with that, Bob? He's not with us. Oh, Bob died again.
There's definitely a lot of connections for sure.
Right.
And even the original anti-Bev nickname, I believe, goes all the way back to a Turtle Boy being threatened by somebody and saying, "Yeah, we're going to bury you in in the Aunt Bev's cottage."
Right. A lot of people have been asking me, is that a joke? Is that like for real? And it is for real. It absolutely is for real. So if you've only come into this case since the trial, then you'd have missed the pre-trial from before the trial, last trial 1.0, all the pre-trial motions. When Arnie Bev was, when a motion was put to recuse Arnie Bev, that absolutely came up. And it was a threat to Turtle Boy to bury him under Arnie Bev's seaside cottage, essentially.
Yeah, and I only recently started watching Lawyer You Know, and Peter, he is really tries hard just to stay neutral and fair, and but that's why so many people were making a big deal about the fact that even when even he, I think it was the Crosby ruling, putting Dr. Russell, who's had more experiences than most of us, and
Yeah.
and and the fact that the judge writes, a close call and admitting her, and yet uh, PhD Russell, or I'm sorry, Crow, Crawford. What? I forget now. All these names run together. The new guy, that's just a dog trainer, you know,
Yeah.
like just
But
letting him right in.
right. Sorry, Bob, we lost you again. I actually asked you if you think Bev was specifically sought after, like they upped the charges so that they could get her into Bev's court. Do you think that's a possibility?
I don't know how it works up there. I mean, it's different in every state. I can't answer that, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it is different with every state. How they all get in there is probably the same across all the states. But to answer your question, who was it now? I've forgotten who it was. Anna, the she doesn't have any other cases because she is now cycled out of that court. She's supposed to be in, I think it's civil court now or something. So she's actually finished her tenure there, but she decided to continue on as a special judge, I guess, for this case. So she's not covering any other criminal cases. So yeah, we got it on the screen, Kev, now. But yes, it was actually Sean McCabe's reply. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that came up pre-trial, before trial 1.0, in the pre-trial hearings that a lot of people are not aware of, had no idea actually went down because they only came into it from watching the trial when the trial began. So they didn't see all the pre-trial motions. Now they've seen trial 1. Now they're seeing the pre-trial motions to trial 2. They're all like, wait, what? When did that? What's that about? So a lot of people are confused with things. Where did you come into the story, Bob? Or Jeremy?
So I didn't come into it until just before the trial started, but I have since gone back and watched several of the pretrial hearings. I don't think I've seen them all though, but I definitely did see, because I one thing I noticed was that because after Yannetti mentioned that they requested on February 2nd, or 3rd, whatever her initial arraignment was, they requested for all of the videos be preserved all the way back then in the Stoughton court, and the fact that Lally back then said that the I hit him 4 times, I think, that claiming that she said I hit him 4 times.
Yeah.
Because I noticed, in his closing arguments in trial 1, he had said that she said I hit him 4 times, but the people that supposedly heard that only said I hit him, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Right. Nobody testified to 4 times except Lally. All right. Are you back, Bob?
Yes. Let me say this before it kicks me off, and I'll tell y'all good night. In North Carolina, we have to turn over every single thing we have. In a fatality, I may turn it over in a week. It might be 3 weeks. It might be 4 weeks. I go meet with the district attorney, and everything I have, I turn over. And say 3 weeks later, somebody comes up with something, I would take it to the district attorney. We don't hide anything. And I want to tell you something. If we're caught hiding something or altering something, I would probably have lost my job, and the judge would not be happy one bit, and the DA wouldn't be happy if they knew I had evidence that I didn't turn over. So we turn everything we have over, whether it's good or bad. We don't have a choice. And, you know, we turn that packet in. That's what we got. If something comes along later, we'll look at it. I'll call the district attorney. Here's what I got. What do you want me to do? If they say, have the person write a statement, if they will, I'll have them write a statement. I'll take it to the DA, and they will hand it over to the defense attorney. We don't hide anything. Zero.
Yeah, I think
there's no need.
That's federal law, actually. Brady versus Maryland, that's federal.
Right.
So you have to in every state. It's not just your state. It's every state. So they have no.
Yeah, I know. I've heard Mark Federer say several times that when that back in the trial, when that Sallyport video was introduced, that would have been it. That would have been, the judge would have admonished the prosecution and more than likely declared, dismiss the case or something.
Correct. It should have been dismissed. But you're right too, Bob, that, there's consequences in-house as well. Like that, you'd be fired from your job. Like it's not that your bosses would be covering for you, or the chief of the police department would be saying, lol, no tampering, lol. That wouldn't be happening, right?
Absolutely not.
So those are all the clues that, we think this is all specifically contrived to be Bev, to be the judge, for it to be in that courtroom, for those specific people that didn't take themselves off the case when they were supposed to because of conflict of interest. All of that was contrived. That's why we as the audience think that was contrived. Obviously, if you're you can't say that.
Well, I don't understand all these interviews that were 12 months and 18 months later. I mean, my God, I can't imagine a fatality with an officer, much less anybody, even if it had been anybody else. We would get those interviews in and they would be taped as soon as possible. Now, if somebody come up 12 months later and said, I heard this or heard that, yeah, I would investigate it. But my God, I wouldn't wait 12 to 18 months to interview somebody. I mean, that makes no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like they had to come back and cover their tracks. That's what that looks like, doesn't it?
It does to me. I'll be honest with you. And listen, I'm pro law enforcement just like anybody else. And I started watching this case. I don't prejudge any case until I've heard all the facts. And I can tell you now with 100% certainty, the injuries are not consistent with a motor vehicle crash. They are not.
Right. Have you rolled up on a crash similar where someone's been reversed into?
Not reversed. I've had a couple of people walk out in front of a car and got hit. Most of mine was cars backing into other cars in like a Walmart parking lot or somewhere.
Yeah.
I can't remember of one that actually backed into a pedestrian. Now, another thing they got a problem here is, where's the crash report? I mean, it's going to go to probably civil trial.
Yeah.
And the first thing they ask you, I've testified in criminal and civil trials.
Yep.
Let's see the crash report. And by law, if there's a fatality, if it's more than 1,000 damage, or if there's an injury, by law, you're required to do a report. And we had to say in here, when in doubt, fill it out.
Fill it out. Kevy, hit that research button and find us, if you can. Do we have any laws in Massachusetts regarding crash reports?
I've already looked it up. It's
Oh,
just what I
and
said.
oh, it is what you said. You have to do it.
Yes, ma'am. You don't have a choice. If there's a fatality involved, you shall do a crash report.
Okay, so that might be covered under federal legislation. If that's all the states have to do it, it's probably covered under.
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
and Bob,
ma'am.
not only is his injuries not consistent with a crash, I would say that their investigation is not consistent with a normal investigation either.
Well, what they did was they charged a person and went and looked for the evidence. You look for the evidence and then you charged a person.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know it's all freaking backwards with this. Like everything is backwards with this. Like if you think that Proctor had evidence by 10 p.m. that night when he's going to pin it on the girl, that vehicle was involved and not something else, without having interviewed everybody else who was there. As I was saying earlier, Bob, the point where the cops all rolled up on the scene, all they had at that point was 3 women who found the guy on the lawn. They didn't know what happened to him. They just found the guy on the lawn. So even to say by 10 p.m. that night he knew what was going on without having interviewed a single other person,
There's no way.
he's just filled in gaps that aren't there. He's filled in the blanks himself, right? It's very, very contrived. The whole thing is very contrived. Is there any other points that you'd like to make about the accident, Bob?
Well, did he interview Karen?
Did Proctor interview Karen? Oops. There you go. Last
Whoopsie.
question and it's gone again. All right. Did Proctor interview Karen? He didn't, did he? I think we don't know who interviewed Karen or what Karen said because none of that's been released. I don't see any.
That's so true. Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what's
she's been railroaded the entire time. But
right?
I'm gonna have to get going myself.
Cool. I was about to wrap it up. So, Bob, if you're listening, we are going to wrap it up. So you don't need to come. Oh, he's back already. I was just about to say we're going to wrap it up, but finish your question.
Yes. Did he interview the Robin? If somebody's involved in a hit and run, you always interview them and possibly have them write a statement. They come to a conclusion too fast without interviewing everybody. Once again, if he had only took pictures before it was put on the rollback, there wouldn't be a case here today.
Yeah.
I don't care if the powers that be told me they want answers as soon as possible. I would have said, look, if you want answers as soon as possible, you come out here and hold my hand and we'll do it together. I'm doing it right and I'm going to do it right the first time. We're talking about an officer who is dead on her front lawn. I'm not going to rush through this. So
yeah, exactly.
Me with the reconstruction unit, with the DA's office would have met with all of the evidence, and we would have told the district attorney what we got and say, here's what we got. Do you want to charge this person or not? And obviously, if you had pictures of the taillight leaving or being loaded on the rollback, obviously she would never have been charged.
Obviously, yep. So, and I think Bob actually did say this earlier on, but we were getting patchy parts of him talking about it. But just to repeat the question to you, Bob, if someone said, I hit him, and they're hysterical and maybe talking about self-harm, are you going to treat it as a confession?
No, because I've got to match the evidence up with the statement. You just can't go by with what somebody says. I mean,
they're hysterical, for sure.
Right. I mean, you've got to have the evidence to charge that person. Just because they said, I did it, to me, I've got to build the case,
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one that's got Yeah, I'm the one that's got to sit on the stand and face these defense attorneys and justify what I did. And my ducks would definitely be in a row before I got up there to testify, and it would be more than I did it. I mean,
Right.
So
I got one last question with you. The
Sure.
cert team that they got to come in to conflict them out, was that a proper procedure? And what is the cert team? Are they not just search and rescue?
Well, we don't have a CERT team with the Highway Patrol. I think the local sheriff's department has is a special emergency response team, and normally they're used in the prisons and the jail. But we would have other troopers out there conducting this search. I mean, obviously along with the SBI. So we don't have that type of team. So we would have handled it ourselves. So, we wouldn't have used blowers to blow all this crap around. Get heaters, melt the snow, melt it. If it takes you 2 days, melt it.
Right. So if you were conflicted out, who's next?
Let's see. The SBI investigates us, and other than that, it would be the federal government. But it would stop with the SBI because, like I told you before, they don't play games. They don't care who you are.
Yep.
They put politicians, judges, sheriffs, state troopers, police officers. They don't care, and they do their job professionally. So it stops with the SBI with us.
Well, yeah, if the system isn't held accountable, it breaks down and it's no longer useful.
Exactly. So in your department, if you discovered this level of corruption, presume, I'm not saying that there is corruption, I'm just saying presume that there was this level of corruption. Assume. What would happen in your department to iron it out, like to sort out all of these people colluding like this?
If it was, every single person would be on leave. They'd be at the office for no telling how long. The SBI would probably come in and investigate. Well, matter of fact, they would come in and investigate. And you'd probably, from what I've seen happen, a lot of this testimony and, cover-ups and all, there would be a lot of people losing their jobs. Because listen, here, if the governor speaks your name and the colonel speaks your name on television, you got a problem. You don't want the governor knowing your name.
Yeah.
Especially in a high-profile case, you want to stay on the down low. And you don't want the governor knowing your name on television.
Interesting. So we know Proctor's out there. He's all over the news. So his name's screwed. Well, they pretty much all have, because when you tie in also Turtle Boy's case, and they're all involved in trying to jam him up as well, their names are out there. All of them, the whole lot of them.
Well, I think Trooper Proctor has his third hearing tomorrow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't read much into that because look, I've been the internal affairs, and I can say I have been written up. I've never had any days off without pay in 30 years. Never had a day off without pay, but I have made mistakes and owned up to it. So when you go in there, they already know the answer before they ask you the question. So what may have happened is they may have interviewed other people in between the first and second interview, or they may have other stuff they want to ask them to follow up. I would guess to say this would probably be his last interview, and we'll see how it ends up. I don't think it's going to end up too good for him, to be honest with you. I don't see how it can be because I know the prosecution is distancing themselves from them, and if you can't testify in court, you can't be a law enforcement officer.
Right. Yeah, they seem to be putting all the blame onto the law enforcement. So, well, you know, they had it. We didn't. They had it. They're the ones that did
Well, listen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if they would have done it right the first time, they wouldn't be in this position.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, if I had went there and that was my best friend, you know, and I knew I would tell my supervisor, look, I know these people. What do you want me to do? Do your job, because we work alone.
Yeah.
You know, we work alone. Do your job and do it right. And, you know, I'm not going to lose my job over, you know, making stuff up or doing this or doing that. You know, hey, I'm retired. I'm sitting nice with 2 nice checks a month. I earned it, but I treated everybody the same. I wrote people I know a speeding ticket.
Right. So,
you know,
sorry, I interrupted.
it just angers. I mean, it just angers me that I'm sitting back watching this happen. And I did the job, and I can see exactly what they didn't do. They should have done, especially not going in the house. I mean, that just makes no sense. I mean, if there's a body out in my front yard tonight, which I hope there's not, I would invite the police in. Yeah, you don't look. You don't even need to get a search warrant. Search my house.
Yeah. You want to be helpful, like, yeah, absolutely.
Set up a command post. Set up a place for the media. You know, it's a no-brainer.
Absolutely.
And you know, to lose your job over trying to help somebody else out, I don't understand.
Yeah, people like you, Bob, are what give us hope that there's still people out there that do it right.
Well, I'm retired.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm retired. I did my time. I did see a lot of good troopers do stuff that they shouldn't have done and then lost their jobs. But, you know, a lot of it was drinking and driving. Some was domestic violence. We had a couple go to prison for 15 years. I mean, you know, look, we all make decisions. Luckily, in my career, I made good decisions, and I treated people the way I wanted to be treated. As a matter of fact, about 10 years ago, I stopped a high-ranking official in this state. I mean, he has an enormous amount of power, and he was speeding, and he started throwing names out. And I said, sir, I need your license and registration. I went right back there, and I gave him a ticket like anybody else. He's no different than, you know, this man's worth millions of dollars. He's no different than the person working at McDonald's making $10 an hour. You got to treat everybody the same.
Yeah. So I did look through the Massachusetts. Oh God, I forget what the board is called, but that where they report.
Oh, I'm gonna need to cut out.
Yep. All right, Jeremy. Thanks.
We'll do it. We'll do it again. Thanks for inviting me.
Yes, and let's do it again.
Nice to talk to you, Bob. Have a good one.
Take care.
Thanks for joining us, Jeremy. Much appreciated. So the Massachusetts have like it's like for public, it's like for the public to keep track of what the cops have been reported for over a period of time. I forget the name of the report, but I had a look through it, and like most of the complaints end up being resolved without any discipline for the officers. Like there was very few. I could count on one hand how many out of the thousands that I looked at were resolved where the cop got some sort of disciplinary measure.
Yeah, we don't have that here. What we have is what they call a giglio. If you're caught lying on the stand, and it's public record, the district attorney sends a letter into the state, and you're what they call giglioed, which means you cannot testify in any county in the state, which means you've lost your job.
Right. I got a question from the audience. Why is it so hard for good cops to intervene when bad cops do bad? Are they scared they'll lose their job, or what's the story?
They're scared that they will be, people will talk about them. They're scared that they can't be trusted. They're just scared. I mean, you know, it's all about your quote reputation. If you see something wrong, you say something about it. Unfortunately, you have a lot of people that see things that are going wrong and don't speak up. So you would probably get a bad name, but on the other hand, you got to do what's right. And if you see something wrong, report it. I mean,
I would have thought in an institution like the cops, for example, that doing the right thing would be the opposite, that you would get recognition for that, not the opposite. Do you get what I'm saying?
well, it's all about the clique. You got to be in that clique. I wasn't in the clique. So I didn't care what anybody thought about me. I did my job and went home. And I could sleep very well at night. I sleep good. I'll sleep good tonight because I know I treated everybody the same. Always that little clique, and then you got the politics involved. And when the politics get involved, it's nothing but corruption.
Right. And that's
You
my
wind up
biggest issue.
getting, well, yeah, I mean, you wind up getting people promoted who weren't worth 2 cents working the road as a trooper, and now they're your supervisor.
Right. Susan, do you want to come up next? Because I understand that you're also a retired cop, so it'd be awesome if you want to come up and say something. We're happy to listen to you. Someone asked, what do you all think? Sorry, Serenity asked, what do you all think about Proctor's family statement and call to action to the public? I'm not sure that I heard a Proctor family statement. Did you hear one, Bob?
No, I've not heard anything.
Right. I think there was a while back they said something, but it was just like, my husband's the best. There was that statement. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Serenity. So Susan says she will come up and have a yak with us as well. So she did just type in here, I had a sergeant explain how this type of corruption works, and that's going to be my first question for you, Susan. So there's the link for you. Jab that link and get on up here. Because Bob's got to go as well, so that'll give us something to do for a little longer. But it's good to hear from the blue. Like, people think that because we support Karen Reid's innocence, that we don't support the blue. But they're completely forgetting the fact that this case is about someone in blue dying.
That's right. But
So,
the investigation has to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, no matter who it is.
yeah. So in your in the way you see it, like, you've obviously had people pass away in your office. How did you guys deal with that? Did you go to their court hearings? Did you go to their funeral? How did you guys deal with that?
Yes.
Hi,
I had a
Susan.
guy work. I had a guy work with me. He hadn't been on like 5 years, and he got in a wreck and he died. And as many troopers that could pack that church went. Yes, ma'am. We've had troopers shot, killed, ran over, and we do a big show of force when it comes to a funeral. Big show of force.
Right. So we all thought it was just strange that, these 3 of these people who are at the party went up north or went somewhere else for a funeral for a cop. Then they come back and they don't go to John's funeral. So that was all weird to us as well. We don't know if they went, but it looks like that they didn't.
Yeah, that's a little unusual to me.
Yeah. So Susan, first question. Oh, she's gone. I was about to ask her. Come back. Damn it. So, yeah, that screwed me up. And a sergeant explained, I'm going to put it on the screen so I remember to ask it when she comes back. So, clearly you haven't had this type of corruption in your office before. Is that right, Bob?
No, not to this level. No, not to this level. We have not.
All right. Welcome back, Susan. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Nice. Okay, do you want to answer that question for us? Like, what did your sergeant say about how this type of corruption works?
So he'd spent time back east, and this was in LA in the 90s, just for context. And what he said was this. He said, you're going to go like into a place, into a liquor store, he said, something like that, where there's been a burglary. And one of your coworkers might grab a packet of gum out of a rack and just hand it to you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, we lost you. He's from North Carolina. Carol M, who asked that. We lost her again. Did you? Hey, she's back. Sorry about that, Sue. I don't know how we lost you, but we did. You're back.
Everything was fine until I started. This is my first time doing this. Anyway, you might go into a liquor store and there's been a burglary, and one of your partners hands you a candy bar or a pack of gum, and nobody pays for it. And at that point, you have committed misconduct. You have committed theft.
Yep.
And
oh no, we've lost your volume. Are you there?
There. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
It keeps reloading. Anyway, so at that point, they've kind of got you, and he said it will be an escalating thing. But here's the thing. You can never say anything to anyone about misconduct, about dishonesty.
Yeah.
And in this situation, like LAPD is huge. Okay. So you've got people coming and going, and it's very different from this very small, very incestuous kind of situation where everybody's known each other since high school. The people go from local to state police to back again. And so I think once you get into those circles, you're stuck.
Right. So I just did a video just a couple of days ago about the point where it goes from misconduct to corruption to obstruction, but that was in the context of the courts, not in the context of the police.
It's and the thing is that when you think about, like, why did Proctor lie to get that case? And I heard you guys talking about this, and I've been like doing chores and stuff, and then I had a friend on the phone, so I didn't catch all of it. But he lied to get on the case because he wanted to do something he knew he wasn't supposed to do. Like, he literally risked his job.
Yeah.
Because that's a dishonesty offense. And like Bob, are we calling him Bob? Are we calling you Bob?
We're calling him Bob. Yep. Everyone gets
saying once you get what we would call Brady'd, you're useless to your department. You can't testify. So for Proctor to do that either meant he was willing to give up his career for those people, or he just assumed he could do it and get away with it. Probably the latter.
Right, because he's buddy with Morrissey, he thought he was going to get away with it. That's my opinion.
Right, and that whole situation with troopers operating out of the DA's office. These people are working in an office together. They're donating to Morrissey. There's no, like, when I was filing cases, you'd go in and the ADAs were really nice, and some of them you kind of got to know because maybe you were on a trial with them or whatever. But it wasn't this, like, you didn't work with them every day. They weren't your coworkers. You didn't have birthday cake with them.
Yeah.
So that removes, like, who's watching the watchers? There's no checks and balances on either side.
Yeah, that's
the DA's not checking them, and they're not checking the DA.
Right.
And it's
the
just,
last checks and balances that you have as far as the public goes is the media, and they're not even checking anything.
right, because they just take it and they don't, we've seen that stuff. Oh, they they came out and they published the thing where there was supposed to be video. And don't even get me started on the acting police chief said there was nothing interesting on that video, so we just didn't do anything about it. That I can't scream loud enough to convey the way I feel about that, and I would hurt my throat if I tried.
Do you have thoughts on that, Bob?
Well, we don't have state by the sheriff department. Now,
Well, wait a second. We've got an issue with your reception. Let me just jiggle your. Oh, that's not going to work. Give us
can you hear me now?
give us. It's a little bit choppy, so maybe move closer to your Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still choppy. We're only getting every second word still, so it's very, very choppy. I want to hear your opinion on it, though. Go for it, and we'll try and translate.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's good. Stand
Okay.
still.
Okay. We do not have state troopers in the courtroom. The sheriff's department provides bailiffs. Bailiffs handle all security in the courtroom. But Massachusetts has a state police, so I assume they do it that way.
No, they're not supposed to. Massachusetts actually does have written into law that they can't do it. They can't expose the jury or anybody to the police.
Right, but we have what they call bailiffs who work with the sheriff's department. They handle all security. We don't handle anything inside the courthouse.
Right. So when I looked it up and did a bit of research on it, I found I couldn't quote the laws off the top of my head, but I did find Massachusetts law that says that any troopers with any exposure to the jury at all is a form of intimidation.
Well, here's something I don't understand. You got a high-profile case. 100% of the time in North Carolina, the Attorney General's office steps in, and a judge from the other part of the state comes in. There's never a local judge that would touch this case. It would be a judge that has either retired, or it would be a judge that's 200 miles away that nobody knows of, and the Attorney General's office would be prosecuting it, not the local DA. And I've never seen a defense attorney go over to the prosecutor, prosecution to try a case. Hell, I know my personal attorney makes about $75,000 every 2 days.
Yeah.
He would never take something like that.
So that adds the extra layers of issues to even to the habeas corpus petition, because what they've now got is the Attorney General's office has appointed someone from the DA's office to represent the state court. Do you get what I'm saying?
And I've never seen that.
It's ridiculous, right?
Look, we've probably got, I don't know, maybe 100 attorneys at the Attorney General's office. They would be one. We just had a case probably 3 months ago where an officer who's in prison right now for doing something, and it was the Attorney General's office, and it was a judge from Timbuktu that was sitting on the stand that didn't know anybody in this county.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Susan, what do you think about these conflicts that we're talking about, the extrajudicial conflicts, or outside of the police department conflicts?
Well, this is what I'm talking about. There is like, you can't bring in a higher agency. That is the state. The state troopers are the problem. So firstly, having them be first line becomes a problem because, like, if you were going to call the AG, you don't have another level that's uninvolved,
Right.
and they're obviously really dirty.
Obviously, the thing that strikes me in it is that even the federal judge in the habeas petition hasn't even noticed that the DA's office is representing the judge.
That's insane. I don't that that that
It's
like
perplexing.
then the judge is supposed to be independent and their lawyer is the county. Wait, what?
Right.
That
Exactly.
doesn't make any sense. It's not like it doesn't really necessarily affect the habeas thing as much as what it tells you
Right. It
is
does.
that the judge is on a side here and legally bound up with the county, and that's really bad.
Yeah. So
I
for
don't know.
those who haven't seen it, I did quite a long video on that particular situation. The appearance of impropriety is even more important in the federal courts than it is in any other court, civil or criminal. The appearance of impropriety at that level, where the DA's office has been appointed to the AG's office to represent the state, that's another level of impropriety. And even if it's totally innocent, it's still the appearance of impropriety at the highest levels, because you're only one level now from the federal court to the Supreme Court. That's correct, isn't it? Oh, have I lost both of you?
All right, two levels.
2 levels.
So you go district, then you go appeals, and then you go
Federal, which
SCOTUS.
is the habeas, and then SCOTUS. Well, at the habeas level, they're one level from SCOTUS, right?
No, they're at the next level from where they're at
Is
with
appeals.
the habeas. The habeas is in district court. So the district court judge will make a decision, and then they can appeal that to, I forget which circuit they're in.
They're in the first circuit.
They're in the First Circuit? Okay, well, that makes sense. Because that's supposed to be the birthplace of democracy, even though it's pretty horrific. And then it from there, they would ask, like, pretty much everybody can go to the appeals court, but you have to get, like, this SCOTUS, you can appeal to them, but whether or not they're going to take your case has to do with, they only take a handful of cases every year.
Oh,
so usually it would go another level, and then they might try to appeal it to SCOTUS, but it's almost certainly, unless it's some novel level kind of law thing or something, they're probably not going to take it.
Okay,
But
so I think I had a little bit backwards. Like, I didn't realize there was appeals above the federal habeas petition. So there's one level above that, and then SCOTUS.
Yeah, there's a level below the district court, which would be the magistrate court, and then there's district.
Right, but nothing.
And then there's
nothing criminal starts in the magistrates, right?
Some things do start in the magistrate. You may remember, or maybe you didn't hear it, when they got the search warrant for Mar-a-Lago for the documents.
Yeah.
They actually got it from the magistrate judge, and then the district judge inserted herself into that, and then the appeals court told her to get her nose out of it.
Oh my God, I don't even think that's a very good example, because they're twisting the law and procedures with that whole mess. But
then when it got back, when they filed it, she got drawn for the case, which, but that's kind of how that works. And it's just, the whole thing is nuts. The thing is, there's really just nobody.
Yeah.
Is what you start to find out is in Massachusetts anyway, there's kind of nobody. I mean, there's nowhere to go because it is such a mess. It's everybody's in everybody's. You know,
It looks like they do have. It looks like they do have a procedure, like a hierarchy procedure on where you would normally go. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that no matter which direction you go, they're all connected to Morrissey. They're all going to have his back. So that's the problem.
they're all connected to each other, and nobody's gonna step in. And by the time, like, the AG should have stepped in. By the time the AUSA is saying, I can't let this case go forward, and this is a problem, and you know, the AG should have really stepped in and taken over that case. But I don't know what the deal is with the AG either.
Yeah.
But there doesn't seem to be anybody that's not. And that's, I think, is one thing that helps in places like LA, which is not to say we haven't had our share. I worked with a guy named Ray Perez. You can look him up. And certainly LA County has had some major issues. But it's where people get into these really, they're spending a lot of, in the patrol divisions in LA, in detectives, which is, you know, kind of parallel. People are coming and going. It's such a huge department. So people are coming in and out. You don't have circles of people. I mean, you will have a few denizens of the deep that have been there for a long time.
Yeah.
But you don't have this situation where everybody that works there went to high school together.
Yeah.
And then everybody that works in the local agency knows all those people, and they've been back and forth, and they all work right in the same area.
Yeah.
So you don't have you just, there's nothing in that place. It's just incestuous. It's just, there's no outside influence of anyone that's going to come in and say, yeah, this is not cool. This is not how we do our jobs, dude.
Yeah. I completely agree with you that the whole incestuous relationships. When the SJC didn't come back with a decision, like they left it till the very last minute. I think they got like 150 days from the oral argument to when they've got to deliver their decision, and they didn't deliver it until like day 149, like the day before they had to. We all thought, because they had held on to it for so long, that they were deciding whether, you know, they should be setting a precedent with this, and, you know, getting judges to poll the jury. We thought that's the natural progress that this was going to take. But you could see at the SJC level, they didn't want to go against Bev. And they didn't even really make a good argument why they didn't want to go against Bev. They didn't make a good legal argument, as far as I'm concerned. They just
who is Bev? Or is it Bev? Or is it something else? And we just don't know. And Bev, I don't know. Did you notice when she announced that she was going to let the defense computer expert testify? Green? She was hyperventilating.
Oh, yes, of course. I know what you're talking about. Yes.
She was hyperventilating. So I'm not sure it's Bev. I think Bev could be compromised.
Right. So you think there's someone above her and Morrissey?
Calling the shots here. The question becoming who, and, you know.
Right.
That's open to speculation.
Yeah.
But the whole, you know.
So I look at.
I'm not actually a traffic expert, but I can tell you right now, that was not a vehicle versus PED TC.
Sorry, I'm missing what you're saying. Say again. Hello? I think I lost you. We missed what you said there, Susan. Your turn, Bob. Any comments on those points?
I don't understand why a judge is appointed for life. Here, a district court judge has to run every 4 years. Superior Court judge has to run every 4 years. Court of Appeals every 4, and the state Supreme Court every 6.
Interesting. So you
So
do have term limits. That's
yeah, I mean, I thought up there in Massachusetts they were appointed for life. Am I wrong about that?
I got the impression that yes, they are appointed for life.
So that boy. So who appoints them? The governor. So whoever gives the most money to the governor is going to get appointed.
Yeah, that's something that I think stinks about your system is, well, not necessarily yours, but definitely the Massachusetts. In Australia, they're not appointed by anyone. In Australia, you get a position as a judge because you've worked X amount of years as a prosecutor, you've worked X amount of years as a defense, you've got the experience under your belt, and here you earn it because of your experience. So you
Right.
work your way up basically, and eventually
Right.
eventually you're in the running for to be a judge, and then you might start at the magistrate level. So here all misdemeanors are pretty much at the magistrate level. Then from there, if you've committed a felony, which you would call it a felony there, you go to the criminal courts. You cannot represent yourself in the criminal courts here. You have to have legal representation if you go to the criminal courts. And then from the criminal courts, you go to appeals, and then from appeals to the high court. That's our hierarchy structure here. Nobody in any of those positions is appointed until you get up to the high court level. And I don't know that they're actually appointed by the political parties, or I have to actually look into that one a little bit closer. I think that they are actually on a rotational, like a term limit rotational basis, but the political parties do have a say at the minister level of minister of justice, basically.
Well, the governor here appoints judges when there's a vacancy. I know a judge now. This individual has never tried a single case. I've seen this individual in court. This individual always pleads him guilty. They come an opening, and the judge appointed this individual as a district court judge, and I never saw that person try one single case in 20 years.
Right. Yes, Diane, it comes from Old English law. We're actually under the Westminster system, which is English, essentially. So that's why it's slightly different. But we still have a hierarchy, essentially. Sorry for that, Bob. Just making sure we get the questions from the
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Yeah. All right. So has anyone got any more questions for Bob? Just to I don't know what happened to Susan. She conked out. I don't know if it was a reception problem. Well, just speak of the devil. She's back. Here we go. She's back. Can you hear us, Susan?
The electronic gods have smiled upon me for a moment. Anyway, that's my whole thing. I don't understand how we have, evidence with no foundation, how we have no crime scene log, how we have.
Oh, she's gone again. All right, just to continue on with what she's saying, in most courts, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Bob, that in most courts, the judge wouldn't even accept this evidence without any log of where it's been or who's had their hands on it, or without the hash values to verify that the footage is even legit. Is that correct?
Look, that is correct. If you got 2 seconds of missing video, no evidence logs, the crime scene not secure, no interviews, this case would have never, ever, ever made it to trial. Ever. The DA would be embarrassed to try this case after we saw what we saw.
And that's what makes it look like it's got to happen so that other people don't get charged with his murder, right?
I agree. And, you got to look at the past cases. What happened in some of the past cases? Innocent people sitting in prison. I don't know. You may have, you may not.
Yeah, for sure. There's so much there's so much there that it's probably daunting for them to say, like, well, how many cases has Judge Bev overseen to start with? But then how many cases have these guys, all these investigators, like DA Morrissey's internal police force, how many have they investigated? This is a daunting task, isn't it?
Well, if they think the way they investigated this case is the way you investigate a murder or crash, they are out of their minds. You know, I've watched a lot of this case, and sometimes I think I'm watching it from another country. I mean, you know, the questions that the defense asks and she sustains, 95% of them should be answered.
Yeah, yeah. What were you saying, Susan, before we were rudely interrupted with your connection? Hello?
This case should never have been filed. I've filed cases. I've listened to the lecture. I can only file a case if I have enough legal, competent, admissible evidence to convince 12 people on a jury beyond a reasonable doubt of this person's guilt. This case, I cannot imagine. I just can't imagine walking into.
Ah, damn it. I am so glad that
While
people
she
have
was
worse
saying that,
reception.
yeah, while she
Sorry?
was saying that, I remember I had several jury trials with driving while impaired, and I remember 11 was guilty and 1 was not guilty, and we retried it and we found him guilty on the next one.
Yeah.
This one I think was 8-4. They did
Yeah.
not prove this case. I mean, it's just, look, we could be here to Christmas talking about what should have been done that wasn't done. And, you know, it's just unbelievable to me the way everything's been handled. It's unbelievable. Look, if they did it right, I would be the first to sit here and say, yes, they did an excellent job. But I have never seen anything like this, ever.
Oh, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Like, I'm a court watcher. I've been watching the courts for, I think, 3 years now. And it's all American courts because we don't have like public access to our courts like you guys do. The best we have here is you can go and sit in the court and write notes. That's it. That's all we get here in Australia. So, you know, my court watching days is all American courts and cases. But the thing that I've noted here is like everything is wrong in this case. Like every freaking detail that the Commonwealth has introduced is wrong. It's not done the right way. It's bogus. It's got no what is it called? Chain of custody. It's the whole thing is ridiculous. Poor Sue, she's having.
I agree.
She's having.
Yeah, she's having some issues like I did, but
we need to send her a rope and anchor.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't, and I lost cases on the stand because I may have written a time down wrong or whatever, and I lied, but I didn't. And and I'm not bragging, but I had respect in the system because they knew I would tell the truth. If I made a mistake, yes, I made a mistake, and I lost the case. I'm not going to sit there and lie about it.
Right.
I mean,
yeah, they seem
you
to
talked
be
about, yeah. I mean, you're talking about you charge somebody with a crime. They got to spend money for an attorney. You know, they're going to be, going to several different court dates. You better make sure you have everything packaged the way it should be packaged and done right. And every time I made a mistake on this and that, matter of fact, this one particular attorney, when I had a trial, he'd come over and tell me, "Hey, you made a mistake here." I said, "You got me." I wouldn't go back and change it because he was nice enough to tell me I made a mistake.
Right.
If you make a mistake, admit it.
Susan's not going to come back. She's just not flying with the tech today, so that's
All
fine.
right.
We're good. Thanks for joining us anyway. We appreciate you filling
Yes,
us
ma'am.
in on some of those questions. So yeah, so if you're up there and you make a mistake, and this is the way I see it, is that a jury can be forgiving that, okay, you made a mistake, but then when you've got to tell a lie to cover your mistake, and then another lie to cover that mistake, and then another lie to cover that lie, and before you know it, you've got your entire witness list all lying because one person made a mistake. That's a completely different level of that's corruption. That's not just I made a mistake, right?
That's correct. You're exactly right.
So
I mean,
yeah,
what incentive would you have to sit on that stand, put your hand on the Bible, and lie about it? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I look at things differently. I mean, I didn't keep up with how many cases I won and how many I lost. I charged a person. We went to court. It was out of my hands. The judge or the jury made that decision, and all I could do was tell the truth.
yeah. Well, that exactly, and the the point where you cross over to because I'm sure it's the same with the court system, as I have pointed out in one of my previous videos, the point that you cross over from I made a mistake to now it's misconduct because you're trying to hide the mistake. Now it's corruption because you're trying to get all these other witnesses to stick to your story where you lied to cover your mistake. And then it's obstruction. At what point is it obstruction for you as the cop, as the witness? What point does it become obstruction?
When you first lie about it, when you
Oh,
first knowingly lie about it, game over.
yeah. So that's the point where you've switched over from I made a mistake to obstruction. Essentially, you're obstructing justice by not telling the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's a very black and white line crossover there because the courts have this gradual through to corruption and then obstruction.
Well,
So,
most attorneys, I worked with one individual. He couldn't tell the truth if he saw it in front of him. Every case he had, they tried because he would make stuff up. Word gets around real fast, and I don't care if he had a speeding ticket, they tried it, and he wound up getting caught lying, and he lost his job.
yeah,
I mean, they don't play here. When you go to internal affairs, I mean, nobody can help you when you go to IA. I can promise you that. They don't care if you arrested 1,000 drunks this past year. When you go to
right.
internal affairs over lying or serious misconduct, you got some problems.
Yeah, for sure. So the IA is another level that I actually forgot about. For the IA to just completely brush over all of this stuff and make up excuses for the cops, that's another level again in the system where they're all connected, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people in this case. I see things, and it's just unbelievable. The butt dials.
I don't know how the jury didn't just switch off after all the butt dials. Like after the fifth person said butt dial, they should have been like, "Yep, I'm done."
Exactly. And getting rid of the cell phones. I've had my cell phone for 24 years. And if I knew that I was in the middle of a case and there may be a potential that they're going to get hold of my cell phone, I'm just going to hand it over to them if I hadn't done anything wrong.
Yeah.
And I'd hand it over to them anyway because they're going to subpoena my phone records.
Yeah. So we got an interesting question. It seems that the MSP isn't taking their disciplinary duty seriously for their officers. And is it like that in other places, or is it much more stricter in other places? This would be IA.
Here, do what now?
That would be IA again, wouldn't it? Internal affairs.
Oh
again.
yeah, they take it very serious here. I have been written up for some things. Not very, very bad. I took the pill and I just kept rolling on. But when you go there, you're in a small room. There's a camera and there's 2 or 3 investigators there, and they don't play baby games. And 99% of the time, they put you this way: the times I went to internal affairs, they have talked to everybody, and I'm the last one they talk to. So they pretty much know everything about the complaint, and I'm there to answer it. So they take it, I'm telling you now, where I work or where I did work, they take it very, very seriously. And if it hits the news media and it's something bad enough, God help you if you did wrong, because you're probably
Right.
going to lose your job.
Have you ever had anyone that's lost their gun and their badge while they've been drink driving?
No, I haven't ever heard of anybody here driving their patrol car drunk. Never.
What's the disciplinary measure for someone drink driving their patrol car?
Well, you wouldn't be fired immediately. See, Massachusetts has a union. We don't have a union. What would happen is you'd be at the office for probably 30 days on paid leave. They'd get you on in there within a week, and probably within 10 days, you're either going to resign or they're going to fire you. More than likely, they would fire you within 10 days, if not sooner.
Yeah.
That is a no-no. You can't have any alcohol in your system driving that patrol car. 0.
See, we suspect that's why Higgy lied about driving his Jeep there. There's absolutely no one who saw his Jeep. The only people who were saying that the Jeep was there was, people covering their asses. Everybody else who was there at the front of the house never saw the Jeep. So we think that maybe Higgy's lying because he would be held to a higher standard with the federal government rather than the Massachusetts government.
Yeah, we are held to a higher standard, even off duty. I mean, we've had people get fired for doing stupid stuff off duty. When you're in law enforcement, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And if you do something stupid off duty, they can fire you. Matter of fact, to be honest with you, most of the people that's gotten fired has gotten fired because they've done stupid stuff off duty.
Right. And that brings up the internal investigation again, also into, losing his gun and his badge while he was actually on duty, wasn't he? When he went off he was off duty when he lost his gun and his badge, but he was drinking. He had a carton of booze. He admitted to a carton of booze in the car with him. We know that he drank some of that booze because he admitted to it. And then for some reason, the IA finds him completely innocent of any wrongdoing.
Well, we have a policy. If you carry your gun off duty, you cannot drink any alcohol. 0.
Right. So you'll lock your gun away if you're going to go to a party, for example.
That would be a fireable offense.
Wow. North Carolina sounds like a lot better than Massachusetts. But I do know that there is some kind of old boy cronyism that goes on in Carolina. We know that from the South because of the Murdoch case, right?
Well, that was actually South Carolina. Yeah, he was a big wig attorney. Thought he could get away with killing his wife and son. Yeah.
So that's what I sort of see with the Massachusetts thing, like the bird's eye view. It seems like there's a lot of this old boy cronyism. Oh, he can get away with that because he's so and so. People in the community are divided. No, they're not. It's the people who are connected to these. They can get away with it because they're so and so. It's the people who connect. It's this old boy cronyism, right?
It's the click.
Yeah.
To hang out with them and go out and drink with them and go to them and you know different things and
Yeah.
or whatever. I've never kissed anybody's. I never got promoted. I stayed at the bottom. I was not going to kiss anybody's to get promoted, and that's why I did.
Yeah.
I did my job, and I, woke up the next day and did it all over again.
Well, so I'm sure I can speak on behalf of everybody else in the audience. We need more cops like you who just, do their jobs and aren't in it for the politics or the pay rise.
Well, I'm not saying I was the best of the best. I did make some mistakes. I didn't make any of these mistakes that we've seen in this trial. But if somebody tells you they worked 30 years in law enforcement and never got written up, they're lying to you, because I don't know of anybody that has. But I can say I never got a day off without pay. And I tried to treat people the way I wanted to be treated. And, if you give people respect, you get it in return. And, when I was telling somebody the other day on another channel, our patrol school, when I went to patrol school, 2,000 people applied. They took 76 in the academy. We graduated to 45. It's a paramilitary academy where we had people dropping out every day. It's tough. It is tough.
Yeah.
But I dug deep down inside, and that's what I wanted to do. And it's paid off for me at the end, because I'll never have to work again. And I had some struggles along the way like everybody else, but I got through it, and I'm where I'm at today. And I had the best job in North Carolina.
Nice. So when you're in the right environment and you're an honest cop and you turn the other cops in who are not honest, when you're in the right environment, there are the incentives there to be a good cop, right?
Correct. Yes.
I think
That's why. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It was just something that someone asked in the chat about what the incentives are. So,
well, it depends on what you're turning the person in for. We have a policy to wear your bulletproof vest. Are you going to go run to the sergeant and say, I'm not wearing my vest? Or versus seeing another trooper hit somebody in the chest that's handcuffed? Yes, you're going to report that. And that actually happened to me. I got in a chase one morning at 4:30 in the morning with a drunk, and he wound up wrecking, and another trooper came over, and I had the window down. He pushed him in the chest, and I reported him, and he lost his job.
Right. So
you don't punch a man in the cuff. Once you put those handcuffs on somebody, it's over. It's over.
Yeah. So it becomes what Susan was like alluring to when she came up, was it becomes like a systemic thing where it's not rewarded, or you're afraid that the reward is worse than the punishment, like what other people are going to do to you because you've done it.
Yes, but on the other hand, I didn't care, because I was a loner. I didn't go to the beach with other troopers. I didn't hang out with them here or there. I didn't care, to be honest with you. Would I go out to eat with them occasionally? Yes. But, people love to talk. People love to get in your business. I don't care what, you and your wife done last weekend or where you going next weekend. I could care less.
Yeah.
So I pretty much went out and did my thing, took my calls, and went home.
Yeah. And the funny thing about the type of work that I do, it's pretty much the same. If you're in the clique, you get the promotions and people look up to you and you get treated with respect. But if you're not in the clique, then you're probably just going to stay where you are, which is why I stay where I am.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the clique and you got the right politics, you can roll right on up. But if you're not in that clique, you can stay at the bottom like me, who never had any worries or problems or didn't have to supervise nobody, did my own thing and had no worries.
Absolutely. You got a great point too, Kev, that law enforcement is only as good or honest as its leadership. And if the leadership's all screwed up, which we know it is in this case, then nobody else is going to be good or honest, right?
Well, I'm going to tell you this. We have some good law enforcement out here. I'm going to be honest with you. We have some excellent law enforcement. It's just unfortunately in this case, you're seeing the bad side of law enforcement, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, there was so much that should have been done that wasn't done. I mean, a lay person that hadn't even wore a gun or had a badge on their chest can see it. I mean, if you can't see it, something's wrong.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's what makes it so high profile is that people generally know that most of their law enforcement are not behaving this way. But then you get this small pocket of a lot of them behaving this way. It becomes bigger news because it's a lot of them doing it.
Exactly. You're exactly right.
Yeah. So I was reading through that Hollywood Reporter article where the people who have been following Karen Read's team around since May, I think, last year, to get her side of the story, they reckon. There's just a lot of BS that they added into that interview with Hollywood Reporter where they're talking about this is only high profile because Turtle Boy Blogger did it. It's not. It's high profile because people care about their police acting like freaking police.
Right. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, and a lot of people may disagree with me, but trust me when I tell you this, I know. If I was charged with anything, I would keep my mouth shut. You got any questions, you can call my attorney.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Now, I'm not saying it's going to backfire in this case, but I have seen it in several other cases where people love to talk, and it didn't turn out too well.
Right. I understand both sides of that. I understand that the lawyers would prefer she didn't talk, and I understand why they do that because the way that it can be twisted and used against her. But
Right.
I also understand that feeling where if you're innocent, you've got nothing to hide, so why not talk? You've got nothing to hide. I get that side of it as well. Like, I'm always on the fence with when she does talk. I'm gritting my teeth because I know that they can use whatever she says, they can twist it and make it sound different because that's what they're doing with it. But at the same time, I kind of feel like if I lost my loved one, I would go to no end of the earth to
Right.
prove that this is what happened to them. I wouldn't be laying down
Right.
because it saves my ass. I would be saying, no, this is what happened to them.
Right. Yeah.
There's two sides to that. That's really, it's difficult to take. It's difficult to swing one way or the other. I'm kind of on the fence with it.
Well, said she can do what she wants to. I wouldn't be talking to any media. That's just my opinion, and people can agree or disagree. But I just wouldn't be talking to any media after the case. Yeah, but they're going to use it against her. It may help her. It may hurt her. I don't know. But
Yeah.
She wanted to talk. That right to talk.
Exactly.
I'm not saying she shouldn't have done it. I'm saying I wouldn't have done it. That's just me.
Yeah. So Susan actually hits on a very important point here that we've been talking about, which is the other issues that the troopers in the DA's office, they shouldn't even be in the DA's office to start with, is the lack of proper supervision and separation between management, supervisors and frontline detectives. There seems like they're all cooks over there.
See, we don't have that problem here. The deputy sheriffs, which are called bailiffs, they control the entire courtroom. So we don't have that problem here. In every county, it's the sheriff in charge of the security inside the courthouse, and they're called bailiffs or in the courtroom. State troopers, SBI, nobody works inside the courthouse. Now, the district attorney has an investigator, and that investigator helps out on this case or that case, you know, high profile cases, but that's all they have in the DA's office here.
Yeah.
No state trooper, nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. And it should, that's the way it should be. You shouldn't have them like it's like he's got his own little posse. Like when you look at the connected cases to these particular troopers, it's like this is the posse he sends out when shit's going to get real for the for the cops. In the Sandra Bennett. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, the thing is, I'm assuming that's Massachusetts law that troopers are in the DA's office. If it wasn't, why are they there? Why is the sheriff's department not there? I don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
F.R. Smith makes a really decent point, which I've been shouting from the rooftops, is that Karen Read needed to get attention to a case because what was happening with the investigation and overcharging. It's not just that. It's that when you have this level of corruption in the DA's office connected to the police, which is connected to the courts, which is connected to it's connected to frigging everything. We're talking about systemic corruption all the way to the top. The only way you can deal with that is by bringing public attention to it because it's a public money that pays for it. When they go to court and they say, sorry, go on.
I can see that. I can see that side of it, but you know, this is one case out we'll probably ever see in our life, hopefully. Side of it. I mean, you know, I was just stating my opinion, what I would do, but you know, I've never seen this level of corruption, so I don't know what I would do. Maybe my attorney would want to talk to the media,
right? Because
this is a case like I've never seen before.
Exactly.
But you know, if I was charged with DWI, I mean, I wouldn't be out here talking to an attorney. But if I'm charged with what she's charged with, maybe my attorney would. I don't know. I don't know.
Yep, yep. So when you're talking about this level of corruption, you're talking about, like, it says it in the court documents, right? It's the Massachusetts state versus Karen Read. They are representing the people. It's the people versus Karen Read. So, and we're the same here in Australia. We're a Commonwealth country. So it's a very, very much the same here, except that it would be the Queen versus the person. So, but on the same token, you're representing the people. So the whole justice system is about the people feel that justice was done. The people are being represented in the court against the defendant. It's to do with the people. So if you've got this level of corruption and the people don't know that there's this level of corruption, then of course you're going to have to publicize it so that the people do know that there's this level of corruption. If this is just a case where, as you say, it's DUI, whatever, it's just a small thing. It's not a big thing. Like, it's not systemic corruption. So you're probably not going to be successful at getting the public to look at your case. The reason this is so successful is because it is systemic.
Would think that actually step
Hang on, you're breaking up again.
Hear me now?
No, hang on a second. Yeah, that's better. It was breaking up real bad. I don't even think we got a single word that you just said. So back to the federal government again.
Yeah, it seems to me the only entity that can step in is the federal government.
Me too. I agree.
There's nobody above. I mean, besides the Massachusetts Supreme Court, the only next, the federal government would have to step in. And, you know, I don't know if they completed their investigation or not. They say they have. I don't know.
That's right. That's right. Kentucky's probably a good that's the reason why the Kentucky the sheriff who shot the judge case, that's going to go worldwide. Everyone's onto that one, and it's the same thing. It's because it stemmed from corruption. The crime stems from the corruption, so it's the same thing. So just winding it back to what I was saying about the Hollywood Reporter, they don't get that. They don't get the idea that because of the corruption, the world is taking notice. For some reason, they are completely devoid of understanding that it's the corruption that the world is against.
Right.
We have it everywhere. We have it here in Australia. We have police departments here in Australia that were actually literally involved with gangs and things going back to the 90s. We have like chief of police and stuff that were running strippers out of the strip clubs to market prostitution. And I mean, we've all seen it. We've all had it. Even Kevy will talk about the corruption that they have had in Ireland. And I just got someone at my door. Give me one sec. Oops. Hello. Give me one sec. Do you want to talk for a second, Bob? I just got a sign for a package.
Sure. Well, I can't read the chat, so I don't know what people are saying, but I'm not saying that she should not have done the interview. That, that's entirely up to her. But the only way, to expose it is, I guess, she's going to have to get it out there somehow. So.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Packages turned up unopportune time.
I was thinking earlier, if you think about all these people that's watching this case, the support for law enforcement has gone down dramatically, I would think, especially in Massachusetts. I mean, I'm not going anywhere near that state.
Yeah. I want to just address the tow truck one more time. The tow truck video came from Mr. Reed, all right? So you've got to stop making a big deal out of the tow truck because it came from Mr. Reed. The tow truck video is fine. I know Hank has let someone adjust the red channel value so that you can't see as much red. I do agree with that part, that someone has adjusted it to show it to Bev. But that original footage is in the possession of Mr. Reed. So we don't have the likelihood that we can't get the hash value to verify the video because it's in Mr. Reed's possession. It came from his Ring camera. So the defense has that original footage, and they can show that the red channel has been dropped from that to make it specifically look like there could be taillight missing. Go on.
And then if you notice when the SUV is put on the rollback, it's blacked out at the top. I've never seen anything like that.
Right. I think that's what's got most people concerned. But what's happened is when he set his camera up, he has it trained on his driveway, not on the road out the front. So where the truck is pulled up is in the very far, the farthest his camera can see. You can just see the tray and that in the farthest view of his camera, where the camera is actually trained on his driveway. Then the timestamp is where he decided to put the timestamp. He could have put it at the bottom. You could actually move the timestamp anywhere you like in the screen, but that's just where he decided to put it. He didn't know all this shit was going to go down. I'm sure he would have moved the timestamp if he thought any of this shit was going to go down. But at the end of the day, that tow truck video is in the possession of Mr. Reed. So we have an original, we have metadata, we have hash values, we've got everything to prove that what they have done and shown Auntie Bev is actually dropping the red channel so it looks whiter. But the whole argument is now blown out of the water because they're not white LEDs. So,
well, here's the thing. I have somebody much for I would be on the scene when the tow trucks there taking pictures. You're talking today.
Right. It's covered by the insurance. The tow truck company has to take the photos before they put the vehicle on the flatbed.
And that's why they give us a $300 digital camera to use. We don't let's just let it sit back there and just a box. I've used it thousands of times. I mean, especially in this case, I would have taken 75 pictures. I would have went all over that SUV and took all these pictures before it was loaded. And then when it was unloaded and stored, I would have took another 50 to 75 pictures of it.
Yeah, yeah. So, and that is absolutely the issue here, that they didn't take any everything they've produced has been to obscure the fact that they don't have anything with that taillight.
That's correct.
It's crazy.
And why are you going to charge a woman? You know, you got to have the evidence to charge the person. Like I said, you don't charge the person and then look for the evidence. You gather the evidence and then you charge the person.
Yeah, exactly. You have the evidence first. And
I mean,
that's probably the most pertinent thing here, is that they didn't find any taillight pieces until later on that day. So where did they even get off going, oh, this is probably a car accident? Because until you find those first pieces of taillight, you don't know that it's a car accident.
Well, if they thought that his arm hit that right tail light, don't you think it would be smart to take pictures of it before it's taken away?
Right there in Mr. Reed's driveway, we see
Don't matter.
What the
don't matter.
What that tow truck video actually does show us is that nobody took any photos before it got loaded.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I would have been at Mr. Reed's home taking pictures before the tow truck put it on the rollback.
Yeah. Do you think that because Sergeant Barros was the one that was asked to organize the tow, do you think that he should have took the photos?
If I was investigating the crash, it would have been me taking it. If the sergeant would have called the person at our garage to pick it up, he would have told me to take the picture because I'm the lead investigator.
Right. So I forget who was actually at the scene. Barros said he was accompanied by, or he was met there by, I think it might have been Proctor, and he was the lead investigator.
Correct. And he should have took pictures of it.
Yeah.
There was one guy, I think his name is Sergeant Lank or somebody, who's been on 24 years. And he said he has never put anything in evidence. It's hard for me to believe you're a police officer and you've never put a single item in evidence.
Yeah, especially at the level that he's at, because I think you'll find Lank's actually a detective, part of the detective unit, isn't he?
Yes, I think he's been there about 11 months, and in 24 years, you've never put anything in evidence. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we have covered so many bases here. This is incredibly informative, and you'll know I'm going to clip this up into uploads so that people who didn't have 4 hours up their sleeve can watch the different things that we were talking about. So I might actually chop it up into topics and upload it separately, just so you know that we're doing that, Bob. That's why I don't mind if my live streams go on a little longer, just because I can use it as extra content a little bit later in the week and take a day off. But we should let you go. It must be getting very late there, and I know it's very late for some of my mods in the chat. I think it's like 4 a.m. for Kevy. So thank you so much for joining us and answering our questions and adding some extra things in there that we hadn't discussed before. Much appreciated, Bob. Oh, he's gone again.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, cool.
I'm good.
Have you got anything else you want to add before we sign off?
Unbelievable. That's the only thing I have to say is unbelievable.
Completely agree. It's jaw dropping. The whole thing from start to end is jaw dropping. So I guess one question you didn't answer was, did you watch this pre-trial before trial 1.0? Did you watch the pre-trial hearings before that?
Yes, I watched some of it, not all of it.
Yeah, right. So the stuff that we're going to be seeing in these lead-up days, the last couple of hearings, that's going to be covering some old ground. So I would actually suggest you go and watch some of the pre-trial stuff that went on prior to trial 1.0. That stuff is going to start coming back up in the next couple of hearings before the trials.
Right.
Well,
Listen, I appreciate you having me up, and look forward to maybe coming up again once the trial starts, and maybe we can talk about it more.
for sure. Look, I don't know how much of the trial I'm going to be able to cover, but I will absolutely invite you back again. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You're very informative. It'd be great to watch at least some of the trial with you if I can fit it in somewhere. That would be wonderful.
Sounds good. I'll be in your chat some during the trial. Maybe I can come up, but appreciate you having me up, and you be safe and have a good night.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, boys and girls, that's it for today. And yes, it is a short one for me, isn't it? But I think we covered as much as we can today. We went on a journey through 500 different topics today. So, but what a journey. It was an enjoyable journey. So thank you to Susan for coming up and joining us the little bit that you could. Sorry that your reception is not behaving. I'm surprised that mine's actually behaved all the way through, because we still have blankets of showers coming through from the tail end of that cyclone. But it seems like there might be some hurricanes and things stirring up America at the moment and interfering with your reception. So, Nene, it's your turn. But that's it, guys. Like I said, I will chop this up into topics and upload it separately as some extra content through the week. And yes, Corn Pope, I do absolutely. I will DM. Are you Corn Pope on X? I don't know that. You might not be able to. You might not be able to DM me if I don't have you as a follower. Oh, you are Corn Pope on X. I find ya. I will contact you on X and grab that video. So thanks for that, everybody. We are done now. Everybody stay safe in the storms and whatever's going on out there. And we will talk to you again soon. Ciao.